Hi, and welcome to Lines to Sleep, where words become your pathway to relaxation and help you drift off into sweet dreams. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. I'd love to know, where are you watching from, and what time is it there? Find your comfort, let go of the day, and let's begin this journey together now. I remember the day I first encountered the fragmented soul who would come to redefine my understanding of the human mind. As I walked down the long, sterile corridor of St. Gabriel's Psychiatric Institute, each echo of my footsteps resonated with the memories of my own troubled past. I had always believed that the mind was a labyrinth, full of hidden passageways and secret chambers, and yet nothing in my extensive training had prepared me for the complexities of my latest case. I am Dr. Alexander Monroe, and this is the beginning of a journey that would test the limits of my reason and force me to confront the darkest corners of human existence. From the moment I entered the modest consultation room, I sensed an underlying tension that seemed to permeate the very air. The room itself was a study in contrasts, soft. Ambient lighting played upon the worn wooden paneling, and a collection of abstract paintings lent the space a deceptive tranquility. Yet, in the far corner, a delicate porcelain figurine, a family heirloom passed down through generations, rested incongruously on a side table. It was an object that would later come to be regarded as a silent witness to the unfolding drama. The patient, known to us only as Evelyn at the time of our first meeting, was a woman in her early 30s with eyes that seemed to hold a multitude of unspoken stories. Her demeanor was one of quiet resignation, as if she had long since surrendered to the relentless march of time and fate. I began our session by introducing myself and explaining the process of therapy, but it was her hesitation and the slight tremor in her voice that immediately set me on alert. There was something in her manner, a barely perceptible shift in her gaze, a momentary lapse into a distant expression, that hinted at a tumultuous inner life far beyond the confines of conventional psychiatry. As our conversation unfolded, I took meticulous notes, both as a means of professional documentation and as a way to anchor myself amid the unsettling emotions that began to stir within me. I had always prided myself on my ability to maintain an objective stance. Yet as I listened to Evelyn recount fragments of her past, I found myself increasingly drawn into the vortex of her suffering. Her words were interspersed with long pauses, as though she were choosing her thoughts with great care, weighing the implications of each confession. In those moments of silence, I felt as though I were privy to something both profoundly intimate and dangerously volatile. It wasn't long before I began to notice subtle inconsistencies in her narrative. There were moments when her tone shifted abruptly, and I caught fleeting glances of another presence lurking behind her eyes. One such instance occurred when she recounted a childhood memory of a dark, stormy night, and her voice suddenly deepened to a timbre that was not her own. I recall feeling a chill run down my spine, as if the room had momentarily plunged into a shadowy realm where time itself had fractured. My clinical instincts warned me that this was more than mere dramatic recollection. It was a sign that I was dealing with a complex dissociative phenomenon. As the session progressed, I observed the interplay between vulnerability and resistance in Evelyn's demeanor. At times, her expressions softened into a melancholy that spoke of lost innocence and hidden trauma. At others, a defiant spark would ignite in her eyes, suggesting the presence of an alternative persona, one that was fiercely protective and seemingly burdened with its own agenda. This duality, this internal schism, was at once fascinating and terrifying. I found myself questioning whether I was witnessing the emergence of multiple identities or merely the intricate dance of a singular, fractured self. I spent the following days poring over my notes and consulting relevant literature on dissociative identity disorder, yet nothing seemed to fully encapsulate the enigma that was Evelyn. My training had equipped me with a robust framework for understanding trauma and its manifestations, but here, the conventional models appeared woefully inadequate. I felt an increasing compulsion to delve deeper, to uncover the layers of her psyche and, perhaps, my own hidden vulnerabilities. It was during these moments of quiet reflection that I began to suspect the case might be intertwined with forces far beyond the realm of modern psychology. Late one evening, as I sat in my modest office reviewing the session's transcripts, my gaze was drawn once again to the porcelain figurine depicted in my notes. The figurine, with its delicate features and serene expression, struck me as a curious anomaly, a relic from a bygone era that seemed to defy the passage of time. I later learned it belonged to Evelyn's family, a legacy marked by whispered tales of ancestral curses and inexplicable tragedies. In that moment, a seed of doubt took root in my mind. Perhaps Evelyn's condition was not solely a product of psychological trauma, but rather an echo of a dark history that had haunted her lineage for generations. My nights grew longer and my sleep more restless as I wrestled with these revelations. I began to experience a disquieting sense of déjà vu, as though I had been drawn into a recurring narrative that transcended the boundaries of individual lives. I questioned whether my own past, shrouded in secrets and regrets, might somehow be connected to the unfolding mystery of Evelyn's mind. These thoughts troubled me deeply, challenging the very foundations of my identity and professional detachment. I realized that the line between healer and haunted was growing perilously thin, and that the journey I was embarking upon might irrevocably alter both my career and my soul. The day of our second session arrived with a heavy atmosphere, as if the world itself was bracing for an impending storm. I greeted Evelyn with a mixture of professional warmth and personal apprehension, acutely aware that each encounter was not merely a step in her treatment, but a descent into the labyrinth of her past. As we sat across from each other, the silence was punctuated by the ticking of an old clock, a reminder of the inexorable march of time and the fleeting nature of our control over destiny. I noted how her eyes, though initially guarded, began to flicker with an inner light, a silent invitation to venture deeper into her hidden world. During that session, I encouraged Evelyn to speak freely about her childhood, her relationships, and her dreams. Her narrative, though disjointed, hinted at a life marked by both beauty and sorrow. She spoke of a family legacy steeped in mystery, of traditions and superstitions passed down like secret incantations. At one point, she hesitated, her hand trembling as she reached for a small, intricately carved locket resting on the table. The locket, much like the porcelain figurine, was a tangible link to her ancestry. As she opened it, a faint, almost imperceptible sound, like the rustle of distant voices, seemed to emanate from within. I felt a surge of anxiety, as if the object were a portal to a realm of memories too vast and painful to comprehend. My training dictated that I maintain an objective stance, yet the emotions swirling within me were anything but clinical. There was a palpable energy in the room, a charged atmosphere that suggested the boundaries between reality and the metaphysical were dissolving. I began to wonder if perhaps the treatment of dissociative identity disorder might require an approach that transcended conventional methods, one that acknowledged the possibility of forces beyond our understanding. In that charged moment, as I observed the interplay between Evelyn's fragmented expressions and the enigmatic symbols of her heritage, I felt both an overwhelming sense of responsibility and a deep, personal connection to the unfolding mystery. In the days that followed, I found myself haunted by the images and sounds of that session. The memory of Evelyn's trembling hand and the soft, eerie murmur emanating from the locket would return in my dreams and waking moments alike. I began to meticulously document every detail of our interactions, driven by a mixture of professional duty and an almost obsessive curiosity. It was as if I were assembling a mosaic, each piece a vital clue to understanding the enigma of her identity. In the quiet solitude of my study, surrounded by stacks of books and handwritten notes, I pored over ancient texts and historical records, seeking any mention of the mysterious symbols and ancestral rituals hinted at in Evelyn's fragmented recollections. The more I investigated, the more I became convinced there was a hidden narrative at play. A narrative that linked the traumas of the present with the unresolved specters of the past. The porcelain figurine and the locket were not mere relics of a bygone era. They were conduits, perhaps even anchors, to a lineage tormented by an inexplicable curse. This realization filled me with a profound sense of foreboding as I contemplated the possibility that the mind, with all its intricacies, might be a vessel for the sins of previous generations. I felt a stirring of something ancient within me, a resonance that defied explanation and hinted at a destiny far greater than the routine practice of psychiatry. Yet, amid the turmoil of my own thoughts, I could not help but see a glimmer of hope. For in Evelyn's vulnerability, I saw the potential for healing, a chance to mend not only the fractures within her mind, but perhaps to break the chain of ancestral suffering that had bound her family for centuries. I resolved to approach her case with both the rigor of scientific inquiry and the compassion of a kindred spirit, determined to uncover the truth behind the shadows that haunted her. I knew the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, and that every session would demand a delicate balance between empathy and detachment. But in that delicate balance lay the promise of redemption, a promise that, if fulfilled, might illuminate the darkest recesses of the human soul. In the ensuing weeks, as I continued my work with Evelyn, I became increasingly aware of the fragile boundaries separating reality from the recesses of the mind. Each session felt like a deliberate journey into uncharted territory, where the familiar contours of clinical detachment gradually gave way to a deeper, more intimate communion with the human soul. I remember one particular evening vividly, a session that began under the sterile glow of fluorescent lights but soon evolved into a tapestry of dreams and half-remembered emotions. Evelyn, who had hitherto spoken in measured tones, began to recount an episode from her adolescence, so surreal it defied conventional explanation. She described a night when the walls of her bedroom seemed to dissolve into mist, revealing an otherworldly landscape filled with shadowy figures and echoing whispers. Her voice, trembling with the intensity of the experience, carried an undercurrent of both fear and wonder. I sat transfixed, not as a detached observer, but as a fellow traveler caught in the web of her recollections. That night, I found myself unable to sleep. As I lay in the quiet solitude of my room, the images of Evelyn's narrative swirled in my mind like fragments of a dream too elusive to grasp. I recalled the description of those figures, vague, ephemeral silhouettes that appeared both mournful and menacing. It was as if they were the physical manifestations of forgotten sorrows, echoes of tragedies long past. The more I dwelled on these images, the more I began to suspect that they were not merely the product of a damaged psyche, but perhaps vestiges of an ancestral memory, imprinted on the soul through generations of hardship. This idea, though unorthodox, gradually took hold of my imagination, compelling me to examine the evidence of Evelyn's past with fresh eyes. In my quest for answers, I delved into the annals of her family history, unearthing tales of sorrow and inexplicable misfortune that had plagued her ancestors for centuries. Local folklore spoke of a curse, a shadow that loomed over her lineage, entwining each generation with fate and forewarning. It was said that a tragic event, born of betrayal and bloodshed, had set a malignant legacy in motion, one that continued to manifest in the lives of her descendants. I was both fascinated and disturbed by these accounts, for they provided a possible framework to understand the supernatural nuances that had begun to pervade our sessions. In every whispered legend and half-remembered story, I sensed a pattern, a recurring motif of loss, redemption, and an inescapable cycle of suffering that defied rational explanation. Yet even as I immersed myself in historical records and oral traditions, I was acutely aware of the delicate balance between fact and myth. The world of psychiatry was grounded in empirical evidence and clinical methodologies, and I had spent decades building my career on the principles of scientific inquiry. But here, in the depths of Evelyn's narrative, I was confronted with evidence that could not be easily quantified or analyzed. I found myself grappling with the unsettling possibility that the human mind might harbor mysteries transcending the limitations of modern science, a realm where the boundaries between the psychological and the supernatural blurred into insignificance. It was during one of these long, solitary nights, poring over faded documents and handwritten diaries, that I encountered a passage that sent a shiver down my spine. The text described an ancient ritual, a rite performed by Evelyn's forebears to appease a vengeful spirit believed to embody ancestral guilt. The ritual was fraught with symbolism, a delicate interplay of light and shadow, of sacrifice and salvation. I could not shake the feeling that this ritual was not merely a relic of superstition, but a pivotal piece of the puzzle of Evelyn's fractured identity. The notion that the disparate facets of her personality might be echoes of a long, dormant curse resonated deeply within me, stirring emotions that were as scientific as they were profoundly personal. As I began integrating these historical insights with my clinical observations, I noticed subtle changes in my own perceptions. The once firm lines separating the tangible from the intangible began to blur, and I found myself questioning the very nature of reality. Was it possible that the human mind was not just a passive recipient of trauma, but an active participant in the manifestation of ancient forces? I pondered this question during long walks through the city at night, under a canopy of stars that seemed to wink with secret knowledge. The urban landscape, with its flickering streetlights and silent, shadowed alleys, became a canvas upon which my thoughts danced, a dance of logic and mysticism, reason and intuition. My growing fascination with the case did not go unnoticed. Colleagues who had once regarded me as a paragon of rationality began to whisper about my unorthodox approach. Some expressed concern that I was venturing too far into realms of the speculative, risking the integrity of my practice in pursuit of elusive truths. But for me, the quest for understanding was inseparable from the duty of healing. Each new discovery, each fragment of a lost story, reinforced my belief that Evelyn's condition was not a random aberration, but a manifestation of something far more profound. A dialogue between the past and the present, a call to heal not just an individual mind, but an entire legacy of pain. I recall one particularly intense session vividly. Evelyn, her eyes now reflecting an inner turmoil that belied her calm exterior, recounted a vision that had haunted her since childhood. In that dream, she stood at the threshold of an ancient doorway, beyond which lay a tumultuous landscape scarred by past battles and echoing forgotten laments. As she described the scene, her voice quivered with both terror and an inexplicable familiarity, as though she were witnessing a memory not entirely her own, but that of a collective ancestry. I listened intently, my clinical mind cataloging every detail, while my heart absorbed the raw, unfiltered emotion of her narrative. It was a moment of profound connection, a fleeting glimpse into the interplay of memory, trauma, and destiny. That session left me with a lingering sense of urgency. I began to suspect that the multiple facets of Evelyn's personality were not merely protective mechanisms but integral components of a larger, ancestral mosaic. Each identity, each whispered memory, carried the weight of generations, a silent testimony to the struggles and sacrifices of those who had come before. It was as if her mind were a living archive, preserving the legacy of a family cursed to relive its darkest chapters until the wounds of the past could finally be healed. The more I explored these themes, the more I found my own reflections shifting in tandem with Evelyn's revelations. I began to question whether the duality I observed in her was mirrored in my own experiences, whether my dedication to science and rationality was accompanied by an unacknowledged yearning for something beyond the empirical. In quiet moments of introspection, I recalled inexplicable coincidences in my own past, a series of events leading me to this very moment, as if guided by an unseen hand. The boundaries between the healer and the haunted began to dissolve, and I recognized that our fates were intertwined in ways that defied simple explanation. In a particularly candid discussion with a trusted mentor, I confessed my growing belief that the case was not simply an instance of psychological fragmentation, but a confluence of ancestral legacy and unresolved trauma. My mentor, a seasoned psychiatrist known for his stoic rationality, listened intently before offering a cryptic piece of advice. Sometimes, to heal the mind, one must first confront the echoes of the past. His words resonated with me, affirming my instinct that the path to recovery lay in embracing the full spectrum of human experience, even if that meant venturing into realms that challenged the confines of conventional thought. Despite my mounting convictions, I remained acutely aware of the risks involved. The deeper I delved into Evelyn's psyche, the more I sensed that I was also venturing into the recesses of my own soul. The case was no longer a clinical challenge, to be solved solely through detachment and analysis. It had become a mirror reflecting my innermost fears and desires. I began to experience moments of disorientation, as if the boundaries between our identities were starting to blur at times. I wondered whether my fixation on the case was a manifestation of a personal compulsion, a desperate attempt to find meaning in a world that often seemed indifferent to suffering. One particularly rainy evening, after a draining session with Evelyn, I found myself wandering the slick, dark streets of the city. The steady downpour, both relentless and cathartic, mirrored the tumult inside me. I roamed under the glow of neon signs and the dim light of street lamps, feeling an inexplicable connection to the countless souls who had traversed these paths before, each burdened with their own stories of loss, hope, and redemption. In that solitary moment, I resolved to embrace fully the mystery of Evelyn's case, acknowledging that the journey ahead might demand sacrifices I had never anticipated. Confronting the darkness within her, and perhaps within myself, seemed to offer a glimmer of hope, a chance to break free from the chains of past trauma and forge a future defined not by sorrow, but by the possibility of healing. Returning to my office, I felt a renewed sense of determination. I immersed myself in research referencing historical records with contemporary psychological studies, seeking any thread that might unravel the enigma of Evelyn's fractured identity. I reached out to historians, folklore experts, and even paranormal investigators, individuals who, in their own domains, had grappled with mysteries that defied easy explanation. Each conversation and every new piece of information added another layer to the intricate tapestry of her story. I meticulously cataloged every detail, convinced that the key to her healing lay in understanding the interplay between her personal trauma and the ancestral curse that loomed over her family like a specter. In the quiet moments before dawn, I often revisited the image of the porcelain figurine and the locket. These objects, imbued with the weight of history, carried silent testimonies of pain, hope, and unresolved vows. I wondered if, by uncovering their secrets, I might also unlock the pathway to healing not only for Evelyn, but for the generations of her family who had suffered under the shadow of an unspoken curse. The thought both comforted and terrified me, suggesting that healing one fractured mind might ripple outward, mending the torn fabric of a legacy long shrouded in darkness. As I prepared for the next session, I reviewed my notes with a mixture of apprehension and resolve. Each session with Evelyn was not just a step in her treatment. It was a plunge into the depths of her past and a confrontation with forces that defied simple explanation. I realized that in treating her, I was embarking on a journey of my own, one that would force me to confront the fragile interplay between science and myth, between the rational and the mysterious. In the coming days, I scheduled another session with Evelyn, one that I anticipated would push the boundaries of our previous encounters. I arrived at the consultation room early, my mind racing with thoughts of the revelations yet to come. The room, bathed in the gentle glow of early morning light filtering through gauzy curtains, felt both familiar and charged with a sense of expectancy. I took a moment to center myself, reviewing my notes and the myriad questions that had accumulated over the past weeks. It was in these quiet moments that I reminded myself of the delicate interplay between professional detachment and the deeply personal nature of this journey. When Evelyn entered the room that day, her presence seemed to fill the space with an unspoken energy. Her eyes, which had once held only traces of sorrow and hesitation, now gleamed with a newfound intensity, as if she were on the cusp of unlocking long, hidden memories. I observed her carefully, noting the subtle changes in her posture and the way her hands trembled ever so slightly as she reached for her locket, a gesture that had become both a ritual and a signal of the internal battles raging within her. I invited her to share anything she felt compelled to disclose, reassuring her that this space was one of trust and safety, where the weight of her past could be met with understanding rather than judgment. As the session unfolded, Evelyn's narrative took on a more coherent shape, though it remained shrouded in layers of symbolism and metaphor. She described moments from her childhood with startling clarity, a vivid recollection of a hidden garden behind her family's ancestral home, where the air was thick with the scent of jasmine and an inexplicable melancholy. In that garden, she recalled, there were statues of forgotten deities, their eyes seeming to follow her every move. With each word, she wove a tapestry of images that blurred the boundaries between reality and myth, inviting me to question the veracity of her memories and consider the possibility that her mind was a repository for something far older than her own life. During a pause, I gently probed further, asking if she recalled any details that might shed light on the origins of her recurring dreams and the sensations of dread that accompanied them. She hesitated, her gaze drifting toward the window as if seeking guidance from an unseen force. Then, in a voice that trembled with both fear and determination, she spoke of a recurring symbol, a crescent moon intertwined with a series of cryptic runes. This symbol, she explained, appeared to her in moments of heightened emotion, a beacon of both warning and hope. I was captivated by the description, sensing that the symbol was a key to unlocking the deeper layers of her identity. It resonated with the fragments of ancestral lore I had been studying, and I made a mental note to investigate its origins further. The session drew to a close with a palpable sense of both exhaustion and anticipation. As Evelyn left the room, I sat alone amidst the silent echoes of our conversation, the images of her narrative swirling like mist in my mind. I was struck by the realization that her journey was not merely about reconciling fractured identities, but about reclaiming a heritage long obscured by time and collective sorrow. In that quiet moment, I resolved to approach the next phase of her treatment with an open heart and a willingness to embrace the unknown, regardless of the challenges it might present. In the days that followed, I continued to immerse myself in the study of ancient symbols, ancestral curses, and the esoteric traditions that had until now been relegated to the fringes of scholarly inquiry. I reached out to experts in various fields, historians, anthropologists, and even practitioners of traditional rituals, seeking insights that might illuminate the mysteries hidden within Evelyn's recollections. Each conversation added new dimensions to my understanding, reinforcing the notion that her condition was a nexus where past and present converged in a manner both intricate and profound. Amid the flurry of research and the steady accumulation of insights, I felt an undercurrent of uncertainty, a nagging doubt that perhaps I was overstepping the boundaries of conventional science in my quest for answers. I grappled with the tension between the empirical demands of my profession and the ethereal qualities of the legacy that seemed to haunt Evelyn. It was a struggle that tested not only my intellectual rigor, but also my willingness to confront the limitations of my own knowledge. I recalled the words of my mentor, a reminder that the pursuit of healing was as much an art as it was a science, a delicate balance between the known and the unknowable. That evening, as I sat in the quiet of my study, I experienced a moment of clarity. I realized that the journey I had embarked upon was not solely about diagnosing and treating a mental illness. It was about understanding the deeper currents that shaped our existence. The interplay between Evelyn's fragmented identities, the whispers of ancestral memories, and the silent testimonies of objects like the porcelain figurine formed a narrative that transcended conventional psychiatry. It was a narrative that spoke to the very essence of being human, a tapestry woven from threads of joy, sorrow, hope, and the enduring resilience of the spirit. I resolved then to document every detail of this unfolding journey, not merely as a clinical record, but as a personal testament to the transformative power of embracing one's full humanity. Every journal entry captured the nuances of each session, the subtle shifts in Evelyn's demeanor, and the echoes of my own introspections. I was determined to leave no stone unturned, no memory unexamined, in the pursuit of a truth that might offer redemption for both my patient and myself. In these quiet hours before the bustle of the day returned, I sat in silence, letting the myriad thoughts settle like dust motes in a sunbeam. The intricate tapestry of Evelyn's past and my emerging reflections merged into a single narrative, a narrative as old as time itself, yet as immediate as the breath I drew in the stillness of early morning. I could almost hear the soft murmur of voices from generations long past, their whispers echoing through corridors of memory, urging me to press on in the face of uncertainty. Every session, every shared word with Evelyn, was a step deeper into a labyrinth of emotion and history, and I embraced each moment with the knowledge that the journey was as important as the destination. I understood that exploring her fractured mind was not merely an exercise in clinical analysis, but a profound act of empathy, an attempt to reclaim the lost fragments of a soul burdened by ancestral legacy. As I prepared to face the challenges of the coming day, I felt a renewed commitment to the idea that healing transcends the boundaries of conventional science. It is, at its core, a deeply human endeavor, one that requires us to acknowledge the unseen threads connecting us to those who came before and to those who will follow. In that recognition, I found a wellspring of strength, a quiet resolve to continue navigating the intricate interplay of memory, identity, and legacy. Now, with the dawn breaking and the promise of a new day unfolding before me, I stepped out of my study with a heart full of cautious optimism. The journey ahead was long and fraught with challenges, but I was ready to face them, armed with the insights of the past, the lessons of the present, and the unwavering hope that, together with Evelyn, I might one day unlock the secrets of her fractured mind. This was only the beginning, a fragile, tentative step into a realm where science and myth intertwined, where the echoes of the past held the key of future filled with the promise of healing and renewal. And so, as I embarked on another day in this intricate dance of discovery and healing, I carried with me the belief that every fractured beginning holds within it the seed of a new dawn, a seed that, nurtured with care and understanding, may blossom into a testament to the enduring resilience of the human spirit. I had thought that after my initial sessions with Evelyn, I had begun to grasp the intricacies of her fractured mind. Yet, as I settled into the familiar yet ever shifting rhythm of our weekly sessions, it became increasingly clear that what I had witnessed on that first day was only the surface of a far deeper, more complex puzzle. My early impressions of Evelyn, her quiet despair, the flicker of another persona in her eyes, the uncanny presence of ancestral relics, had given way to a startling realization. Her mind was not simply divided into one dominant personality and a mere shadow of another. Instead, it was a swirling confluence of distinct identities, each emerging at different moments, each with its own voice, its own memories, and its own distinct story to tell. I soon found myself caught in the labyrinth of these hidden faces, as I began to call them. In our subsequent sessions, I observed that the multiple identities were not random accidents of a traumatized psyche. Rather, they appeared to be carefully constructed facets of a much larger narrative. A narrative that wove together strands of forgotten history, deep-seated emotional scars, and elements that hinted at a supernatural lineage. Each personality presented itself with its own idiosyncrasies, mannerisms, and even physical nuances. Sometimes, one identity would emerge with a gentle, almost childlike wonder, while other times, another would assert itself with an urgency and ferocity that left me breathless. It began, as many of these revelations do, with a single, unanticipated moment. One chilly autumn afternoon, as rain tapped softly against the window of my consultation room, Evelyn's demeanor shifted suddenly. We had been discussing a seemingly innocuous childhood memory when, in the midst of her recollection, her voice took on a resonant timbre that was distinctly different from the quiet softness I had grown accustomed to. The change was so abrupt that I nearly missed it. For a fleeting moment, the eyes that had always been so full of cautious sorrow shone with an intensity I had not seen before. A glimmer of something both ancient and tormented. I pressed gently, asking her if she was all right, if perhaps the memory was too painful to recount. But instead of a reply, what emerged was a story. A story not entirely her own, but one that belonged to a personality I had never encountered before. This new identity, which she later referred to in halting fragments as Lydia, described events that painted a picture of a time long past. A time filled with ritualistic ceremonies, whispered incantations, and a profound sense of foreboding. Lydia's words were laced with details of ancestral rites and a curse that had haunted their lineage for centuries. I listened, captivated and horrified in equal measure, as she recounted events that seemed more like myth than memory. That day marked the turning point in my understanding of Evelyn's condition. No longer could I view her dissociative identity disorder as a mere byproduct of trauma. It was becoming evident that each emerging personality carried with it the weight of an ancestral narrative, a legacy of pain and retribution passed down like a cursed heirloom. I began to wonder if the multiple identities were not just coping mechanisms, but, rather, distinct emissaries from the past, fragments of a story that was as old as time itself. In the weeks that followed, I dedicated myself to uncovering the origins of these identities. My approach became twofold. I would continue our therapeutic sessions with the utmost care and compassion, while also immersing myself in research that spanned from modern psychological theories to obscure historical records and folklore. I reached out to colleagues, combed through dusty archives, and pored over texts on cultural rituals and ancient curses. Every piece of evidence, every whispered legend, seemed to point to a recurring motif, a tragic cycle of betrayal, loss, and redemption that had plagued Evelyn's family for generations. During one particularly revealing session, as the rain hammered against the window and the room was cloaked in the soft glow of twilight, another personality emerged. This time, it was not Lydia but someone who identified himself simply as Marcus. Unlike Lydia's ethereal recounting of ritual and myth, Marcus's narrative was raw, unfiltered, and brutally honest. He spoke with the cadence of a man who had witnessed too much suffering, recounting episodes of violence and sorrow with a stark realism that sent chills down my spine. In his voice, I could hear the echo of battles fought not on modern streets, but in forgotten halls of ancient estates and battlefields, now reclaimed by nature. Marcus's story was interlaced with a recurring symbol, a sigil, as he described it, that appeared to him in visions and in dreams. He insisted that this symbol was not merely a figment of his imagination, but a marker of fate, an indelible sign that bound his identity to a larger, inexorable destiny. I found myself compelled to sketch it out from his vivid description, a swirling combination of geometric shapes interlocked in a pattern that evoked both protection and damnation. Marcus's intense focus on this symbol led me to wonder if it could be the key to unraveling the curse that haunted Evelyn's family. The interplay between Lydia's mystical recitations and Marcus's stark, harrowing recollections created a dichotomy that was as fascinating as it was unsettling. In one session, as I attempted to bridge the gap between these divergent narratives, I gently inquired about the nature of the curse that had been mentioned. Lydia's eyes filled with a sorrow so deep it seemed to absorb the very light in the room as she murmured, "It is a wound that has never healed, a darkness that has followed us through every generation." Marcus, on the other hand, retorted with a bitterness that bordered on fury, "We are doomed to repeat the sins of our forebears, trapped in an endless cycle of blood and regret." The collision of these voices, so different, yet undeniably part of the same fractured whole, left me both heartened by the possibility of resolution and horrified at the implications of a fate that might be sealed in the annals of time. It was during these sessions that I began to notice how the personalities seemed to converse with one another in subtle ways. There were moments when one identity would interject while another was speaking, as if they were locked in an internal dialogue that transcended the boundaries of a single mind. I recall one session in particular where, as I probed deeper into the origins of Marcus's painful memories, Lydia interjected with a soft plea, almost as if to soothe the raw edges of his recollections. "Marcus, please," she whispered, her tone laden with compassion. "You must not bear this burden alone." That singular moment of tenderness amidst the storm of conflicting narratives revealed to me that, despite the apparent schism between the identities, there existed a hidden undercurrent of unity, a silent hope that perhaps, one day, the disparate voices might find common ground. Yet, for all the moments of connection, the hidden faces also exposed fissures that threatened to unravel the delicate fabric of Evelyn's mind. I began to fear that each session was like turning a page in a dark, ancient tome, with each revelation pulling me further into a world where the lines between reality and myth were becoming irreversibly blurred. The more I uncovered about the curse, the more I was drawn into its gravity. I found myself questioning whether my own presence in Evelyn's life was merely that of a compassionate clinician, or if I was being unwittingly drawn into a historical drama that had been unfolding long before either of us had ever taken a breath. One evening, as I was reviewing my notes and reading transcripts of our sessions, I discovered something that made my heart race with a mix of dread and anticipation. Buried among the pages was a series of hastily scribbled entries. Diary entries that appeared to have been written by someone with intimate knowledge of Evelyn's past. The entries were fragmented, as if the writer had been in a state of perpetual distress, but they were unmistakably detailed. They recounted family gatherings marked by a palpable aura of sorrow, mysterious rituals performed under the light of a waning moon, and the presence of a malevolent force that was said to curse the bloodline for eternity. One passage in particular stood out. "In the quiet hours of midnight, when the veil between worlds is thinnest, our family gathers in secret. There, amid the flickering candlelight, the ancient curse is both invoked and appeased. Only by acknowledging our sins, by facing the truth of our past, can we hope to break free of the chains that bind us." I was astonished. The diary not only corroborated the fragmented narratives of Marcus and Lydia, but it also hinted at the existence of a ritual, a possible means of healing, or perhaps the final act of surrender to the curse. This discovery was a turning point for me. It forced me to reconsider the possibility that Evelyn's multiple identities might be more than psychological defenses. They could be the living embodiment of a family's desperate attempt to atone for sins committed long ago. It was as though every personality was a piece of a larger mosaic, each one representing a facet of an ancestral guilt that had yet to be absolved. I began to approach my sessions with an even greater sense of urgency. Every detail, every fleeting expression or word, was re-examined in the light of this newfound understanding. I questioned Evelyn gently about her family traditions, the significance of the objects she kept, like the porcelain figurine in the locket, and the recurring symbols that now appeared in her dreams. With each question, I was careful not to press too hard, for I knew that forcing the truth out of her could shatter the fragile balance that allowed these identities to coexist. Instead, I sought to create an atmosphere of trust, a safe space where the hidden faces could reveal their secrets in their own time. As the weeks turned into months, I found that the boundaries between the identities began to blur ever so slightly during our sessions. There were times when the voices would overlap, sharing stories and memories that, while at first seemingly contradictory, gradually revealed a coherent narrative when viewed as parts of a whole. I documented these sessions meticulously, noting every shift in tone, every instance of internal dialogue. It was in these moments of convergence that I sensed the possibility of integration, a merging of the scattered fragments into a unified self that might finally break the cycle of ancestral trauma. Yet, with every step toward potential healing, there came an equally daunting reminder of the peril that lay ahead. The more intimately I became involved with Evelyn's past, the more I began to feel the weight of the curse bearing down on me. I would wake in the middle of the night with a sense of overwhelming dread, as if I had intruded upon something sacred and forbidden. In the quiet hours before dawn, I sometimes heard distant murmurs that echoed the voices of Marcus and Lydia, as if they were reaching out from beyond the veil of memory to warn me of an impending reckoning. It was as if the hidden faces were not merely remnants of a fragmented psyche, but active agents in a struggle that spanned generations. One session remains indelibly etched in my memory, a session that epitomized both the promise and the peril of delving into the hidden faces of Evelyn's mind. We had been discussing a recurring dream that Evelyn had, one in which she found herself wandering through a vast, desolate landscape, the sky above a tumultuous swirl of storm clouds. In this dream, she encountered a figure cloaked in darkness, whose eyes glowed with an otherworldly light. As she described the dream, her voice shifted abruptly, and for a moment, I heard the unmistakable timbre of Marcus. "He comes for us," he said, the words heavy with forewarning. "He is the keeper of our past, the judge of our sins." At that moment, a palpable tension filled the room. I could sense that the hidden faces were rallying around a singular, ominous truth, one that hinted at an eventual confrontation with the forces that had tormented this family for centuries. In the aftermath of that session, I found myself torn between a professional duty to protect my patient and a personal, almost obsessive drive to unravel the mysteries of her heritage. I spent long hours in the library, poring over ancient manuscripts and obscure texts, searching for any mention of the dark figure from her dreams, or the rituals described in the diary entries I had discovered. Every new piece of information added layers of complexity to an already convoluted picture. I began to suspect that the hidden faces were not only a manifestation of psychological trauma, but also carriers of a message that, if deciphered, might hold the key to breaking the ancestral curse that haunted Evelyn's lineage. It was during one of these late night research sessions that I encountered a passage in a brittle, leather-bound volume that sent shivers down my spine. The text described a phenomenon known as ancestral echoing, a process by which the unresolved emotions and sins of forebears could imprint themselves upon the souls of their descendants. According to the text, these echoes could manifest as separate identities, each one embodying a different aspect of the family's collective trauma. The passage went on to explain that only through a process of compassionate confrontation, acknowledging and integrating these echoes, could the curse be lifted. I remember thinking that this was both a revelation and a challenge. If I were to help Evelyn, I would have to guide her not only through her own memories, but also through the painful legacy of her ancestry. Armed with this new perspective, I approached the next session with a renewed sense of purpose. I explained to Evelyn, in as gentle a manner as possible, that the different voices within her might be seen as fragments of a larger story, a story that, with time and understanding, could perhaps be rewritten. I invited her to explore her memories with me, to allow the hidden faces to speak freely without fear of judgment or repression. It was a delicate dance, balancing the clinical detachment I had prided myself on with the empathetic vulnerability required to truly connect with the souls that resided within her. Over the following sessions, I witnessed subtle but significant shifts. Marcus's bitter recountings of ancestral battles began to be interspersed with moments of reflective sorrow and, at times, even gentle humor. Lydia's ethereal, almost otherworldly narrative softened into recollections tinged with hope and longing. It was as if, in the act of sharing their stories, these hidden faces were beginning to relinquish the grip of a curse that had once seemed inescapable. I recorded every detail, every emotional inflection, every moment of apparent reconciliation between the identities, knowing that these were the threads from which a new, integrated self might eventually be woven. Yet, even as I began to see the possibility of healing, I was continually reminded of the fragility of this process. There were nights when I would wake to the sound of my own heart pounding in the silence, as if the voices of the hidden faces were echoing in the corridors of my mind, urging me forward even as they warned of the dangers that lay ahead. I became increasingly aware that my journey into the recesses of Evelyn's past was not merely an academic exercise, but a profound personal odyssey, one that forced me to confront my own buried fears and unresolved conflicts. In one particularly charged session, as dusk settled over the city and cast long shadows across the room, Evelyn recounted a memory that was both deeply personal and disturbingly universal. She described a time when she had been a child, hiding beneath a creaking staircase as a violent argument tore through the household. In that memory, her small, frightened self had clung to the hope that the hidden faces would protect her. In a moment of startling clarity, she whispered, "I remember thinking that if I could just understand them, maybe they'd stop fighting." The vulnerability in that admission broke something open within me, a realization that these identities were not enemies to be vanquished, but lost parts of a whole desperately seeking reconciliation. I felt an overwhelming urge to reach out to her, to assure her that understanding these hidden faces was the first step toward mending not only her own fractured soul, but the legacy of pain that had defined her family for so long. In the days that followed that session, I increased my efforts to integrate the disparate narratives. I experimented with techniques that encouraged the personalities to interact, sometimes through guided imagery, other times through carefully moderated dialogues in which I would ask them to share their memories with one another. The sessions became more dynamic, almost theatrical in nature, as the identities engaged in an internal conversation that sometimes bordered on the metaphysical. There were moments when the room seemed to pulse with an energy that transcended the physical, when the boundaries between past and present, reality and myth, blurred into a single, flowing continuum. I documented these moments with the care of a historian and the empathy of a confidant. Each session was a mosaic of voices and images, and with every new fragment I recorded, I felt that I was piecing together a grand, albeit tragic, tapestry of human experience. It was a mosaic that spoke of love and loss, of pride and regret, and of a curse that could only be broken through the courageous act of facing one's deepest, most hidden truths. Now, as I sit here reflecting on the months that have passed since those early, tentative steps into Evelyn's mind, I am filled with both hope and trepidation. The hidden faces, once strangers in a chaotic assembly, are slowly revealing themselves to be parts of a story that is as much about redemption as it is about despair. I have come to believe that within this complex interplay of identities lies the possibility of healing, a chance to not only ease the burden of an ancient curse, but also to restore a sense of wholeness that has long eluded both Evelyn and, in many ways, myself. I am aware, however, that the journey toward integration is fraught with risks. Each step forward is balanced by the possibility of a setback, a regression into chaos that could unravel all that we have worked so hard to achieve. Yet I remain steadfast in my conviction that understanding these hidden faces, acknowledging the full spectrum of their experiences, is the only way to break free from the oppressive cycle of ancestral trauma. in the quiet hours before our next session, as I review my notes and prepare myself for the emotional intensity that always seems to accompany these meetings, I feel a deep sense of responsibility. It is not only my duty as a psychiatrist to guide Evelyn through the labyrinth of her mind, but also my burden as a fellow human being who has glimpsed the profound depths of suffering and hope that lie within all of us. Every hidden face, every whispered memory, carries with it the possibility of transformation, a reminder that even the darkest legacies can be rewritten through understanding, compassion, and courage. The journey of exploring these hidden faces has irrevocably changed me. I find myself questioning the rigid boundaries of my once unshakable belief in pure rationality. In their place, a more nuanced understanding has emerged, one that embraces the interplay of myth and memory, of science and spirit. I have come to see that the human psyche is not a sterile laboratory of isolated mechanisms, but a vibrant tapestry of experiences, emotions, and ancestral echoes that demand to be heard and healed. As I close this chapter of my reflections, I am reminded of the words that have come to guide me through this arduous process. In every shadow, there is a hidden light waiting to be acknowledged. The hidden faces within Evelyn's mind, with all their contradictions and mysteries, are that light. They are the voices of a past that cries out for recognition, for reconciliation. And in recognizing them, perhaps we can forge a path toward a future unburdened by the weight of history. I know that the journey ahead remains long and uncertain. The integration of these multiple identities is not a destination, but an ongoing process, one that will require continual patience, empathy, and a willingness to confront the painful truths that lie beneath the surface. Yet I remain resolute in my belief that each hidden face, each fragmented memory, holds within it the seed of healing. And as I continue to guide Evelyn through this intricate landscape of her inner world, I am filled with cautious hope that one day the mosaic of her identities will merge into a whole, a self that is not defined by the echoes of ancestral curses, but by the promise of redemption and renewal. In the quiet solitude of my study, as I transcribe the details of another session and the voices of Lydia, Marcus, and the others reverberate softly in my mind, I find solace in the notion that every hidden face is a step toward understanding. It is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a spirit that, even when shattered by the weight of history, can be pieced together anew through compassion, insight, and the unwavering determination to heal. And so, with each passing day, I remain committed to the arduous yet profoundly rewarding task of uncovering the hidden faces, one fragile piece at a time, in the hope that together they will illuminate the path to a future free from the chains of the past. I remember the first time I heard them, a soft, persistent murmur that seemed to emanate from the very walls of my study. It was late one autumn evening when the wind rattled the window panes and the light of dusk melted into darkness. I was alone with my thoughts, reviewing the notes from my sessions with Evelyn, when a sound like distant whispers seeped into my consciousness. At first, I dismissed it as the trickery of my tired mind, an echo of the many voices I had come to know through my work. Yet, as the nights grew longer and my investigations deeper, I began to suspect that these whispers were not mere figments of imagination, but subtle hints of a hidden world intertwined with the trauma of Evelyn's past. In the weeks following my discovery of the hidden faces within her, I found that the boundary between clinical observation and inexplicable phenomena was blurring. I had always prided myself on a rational, scientific approach, but now I was confronted by sensations and sounds that defied the conventions of psychiatry. The whispers were soft and elusive, sometimes sounding like the murmur of leaves in a quiet forest, other times like the susurration of ancient voices, trying to speak through a veil of time. At first, I recorded these auditory anomalies in my journal with a clinical detachment, noting the time, the weather, and even my own state of mind. But as the phenomena persisted, I could not help but feel that they carried a message, a story that needed to be understood. My growing fascination with these spectral echoes led me to revisit the archives of Evelyn's past, combing through dusty records and old diaries that hinted at a legacy of sorrow and hidden rituals. Every object in her possession, the porcelain figurine, the intricately carved locket, even the faded photographs of her ancestors, seemed to vibrate with a silent energy. I began to suspect that these items were not only relics of a bygone era, but also conduits for the voices of those long gone. In the quiet hours of the night, as I sat hunched over my desk and listened to the wind outside, the whispers returned with a persistence that both unnerved and beckoned me. They were like fragments of a half-remembered dream, laced with a language that felt ancient and sorrowful. One particular evening, as a storm raged outside and the rain hammered relentlessly against the window, I experienced a vision that left me shaken. I had been reviewing a series of notes on a delicate balance between myth and memory when the whispers coalesced into a distinct phrase. A single sentence that resonated deep within me. Remember the sacrifice. The words, though barely audible, carried with them an undeniable weight, as though they were the final utterance of someone whose voice had been silenced for centuries. In that moment, I realized that my work with Evelyn was not merely an exercise in modern psychiatry. It was an expedition into a realm where the past spoke in hushed tones, and every relic, every faded symbol, was imbued with meaning. Compelled by this vision, I began to document not only my sessions with Evelyn, but also my own nocturnal encounters with these auditory echoes. I would lie awake in the darkness of my study, scribbling down every nuance of the sound, every variation in its tone and cadence. I even experimented with recording devices, hoping to capture a snippet of the whispers. However, no matter how sophisticated the equipment, the voices remained elusive, a constant reminder that some aspects of the human experience are meant to be felt rather than recorded. These nightly encounters began to blur with the memories of my sessions, and I found that the whispers seeped into my thoughts during the day. They would surface during a quiet moment or a lull in conversation, urging me to look deeper into the mysterious tapestry of Evelyn's history. As the days turned into weeks, I found that the whispers were not merely random occurrences, but were intertwined with moments of profound insight during my sessions with Evelyn. One afternoon, as we sat together in the softly lit consultation room, Evelyn recounted a dream that was both beautiful and terrifying. In her dream, she was standing in a vast, ancient hall lined with portraits of long, forgotten ancestors. The air was heavy with the scent of incense and old paper, and in the distance, she could hear a rhythmic chanting that ebbed and flowed like the tide. As she described the dream, her voice trembled with emotion, and I could almost hear the echo of that distant chant, the same ethereal murmur that had haunted my nights. In that moment, it became clear to me that the voices were not confined solely to my solitude. They were a part of the intricate web that connected Evelyn's fractured memories with the ancestral past. I began to piece together a theory that straddled the boundary between psychology and the supernatural. What if the whispers were not the product of a damaged mind, but rather the residual echoes of a powerful legacy, a legacy of sacrifice, pain, and redemption? Evelyn's fragmented identities had already hinted at a curse, a dark inheritance that had burdened her family for generations. Could it be that the voices I heard were the remnants of that ancient sorrow, reaching out across time to offer a clue, a plea for healing? The more I pondered these questions, the more I was drawn into a world that defied simple explanations. I delved into historical texts and esoteric treatises, searching for any reference to ancestral echoes or the phenomenon of voices from the past. I learned that many cultures believed in the concept of memory in the air, that the emotions and experiences of those who had passed on could linger in a place, influencing the living in subtle, profound ways. One night, as the wind howled outside and the darkness pressed in from every side, I decided to confront the whispers head-on. I sat in the center of my study, closed my eyes, and allowed myself to become enveloped by the sound. I focused on the cadence of the voices, letting their rhythms guide me into a state of quiet introspection. In that meditative state, the whispers grew louder and more distinct, until I could make out individual words and phrases. A litany of half-forgotten names, dates, and a persistent refrain that repeated itself like a mantra. Heed the call. The experience was both terrifying and oddly comforting. I felt as though I were standing on the threshold of a great revelation, one that might unlock the mysteries of not only Evelyn's soul, but also the very nature of the curse that had bound her family. In the days that followed, my nights were filled with both restless sleep and vivid dreams. I dreamed of vast, crumbling cathedrals, of corridors lined with flickering candles and voices that whispered secrets of betrayal and longing. I saw images of women in ancient dresses, their eyes filled with sorrow, and men with hardened expressions whose hands trembled as they clutched relics of a past long gone. In these dreams, the whispers took on a tangible form, guiding me through labyrinthine passages of memory and myth. I awoke each morning with a profound sense of purpose, convinced that the answers lay hidden within the layers of time, waiting for someone brave enough to listen. Evelyn herself began to speak of these dreams. In one session, her eyes widened as she recounted a vision in which she was wandering through a forest of towering trees, their branches twisting into shapes that resembled ancient symbols. The forest was alive with a chorus of voices, soft, overlapping murmurs that spoke of loss, hope, and an unyielding call to remember. "They are calling me," she whispered, her voice barely audible, as if she feared that speaking too loudly would shatter the delicate balance of the dream. I listened intently, feeling a resonance with the visions I had experienced. It was as if our separate journeys were converging on a single, timeless truth. The connection between the whispers and the ancestral curse became increasingly undeniable. I began to theorize that the voices were the residual imprints of a tragic event, a sacrifice made long ago that had left an indelible mark on the very fabric of Evelyn's lineage. The idea was both disturbing and mesmerizing, a past so potent, so saturated with emotion, that its echoes could still be heard in the present. I spent long hours poring over genealogical records and obscure folklore, trying to trace the origins of the curse. Every new discovery seemed to deepen the mystery, revealing layers of pain and beauty intertwined in a tapestry of human history. There were accounts of forbidden love, brutal betrayals, and noble sacrifices, all of which seemed to echo the refrain that had haunted my nights. One evening, after a particularly intense session with Evelyn, during which she had recounted the darkest recesses of her memory, I left the consultation room with a heavy heart. The whispers had grown louder during our conversation, as though they were echoing her sorrow and despair. I walked through the rain-soaked streets, each step feeling as though it carried me further into a realm where the past and present melded into one. The city around me was shrouded in fog. The neon lights blurred into ghostly halos, and for a moment, I felt as if I were traversing a landscape that existed outside of time, a place where every shadow held a secret and every whisper was a clue. That night, as I sat by the window of my study with a steaming cup of tea, I began to write down everything I remembered from the dreams, the visions, and the uncanny whispers. I wrote about the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes, the sensation that the very air was heavy with memories. I described the voices as both mournful and urgent, as though they were trying to communicate a warning that had to be heeded. In those solitary hours, the divide between my role as a psychiatrist and that of an unwitting participant in an ancient drama faded away. I became both observer and subject, caught in the delicate interplay of rational inquiry and intuitive revelation. The more I immersed myself in this dual existence, the more the boundaries of my own identity began to blur. I found myself questioning whether the whispers were a product of the immense stress I had been under, or if they were something far more profound. A call from the depths of history, meant not only for Evelyn but for me as well. I recalled the words of a long, forgotten scholar I had read about once. In the quietest of nights, when the world seems to sleep, the past reaches out to those who dare to listen. I now understood that I had been chosen, in some inexplicable way, to be the listener, a witness to the sorrow and hope of those who had come before. In the following weeks, my investigations took on a renewed urgency. I sought out experts in folklore, historians who specialized in the occult, and even a few mystics who claimed to communicate with the spirits of the past. Each conversation, each dusty manuscript I examined, added a new thread to the tapestry I was slowly unraveling. I learned that many of the voices and symbols I had encountered were common motifs in legends of ancestral curses, a cycle of sacrifice and redemption that repeated across generations, leaving behind scars that could echo for centuries. It became clear that Evelyn's suffering was not an isolated incident, but part of a larger continuum of human experience, a continuum in which the whispers in the shadows were the mournful refrains of a collective memory. As my research deepened, I began to integrate these insights into my sessions with Evelyn. I approached her not only as a patient with a fractured identity, but as a descendant of a lineage burdened by unspeakable grief and sacrifice. I gently guided her through meditative exercises designed to help her tune into the subtle energies of her past. In one session, I asked her to close her eyes and breathe deeply, to let the silence of her mind open up to the voices of her ancestors. As she sank into that quiet state, I could see a transformation in her expression, a softening of the lines of pain and a glimmer of understanding that seemed to connect her with something far greater than her individual self. During these exercises, the whispers became more than just background noise. They became a language. Evelyn began to identify certain recurring phrases and symbols that, over time, emerged as keys to unlocking the legacy of her family. She spoke of a luminous figure cloaked in shadow, a guardian of secrets who appeared in her dreams with a message of both warning and promise. I recorded every detail with the precision of a scientist and the reverence of a pilgrim at a sacred shrine. It was as if each whispered word was a piece of an ancient puzzle, one that I was determined to solve, not only for her sake but for the sake of those long silenced by history. In the quiet aftermath of one particularly poignant session, I found myself sitting alone in the consultation room, the echoes of our conversation still lingering in the air. The shadows cast by the fading light seemed to move with a life of their own, and I could almost discern the shape of a figure emerging from the darkness, a silent testament to the presence of the past among us. In that moment, I felt an overwhelming connection to something beyond the confines of my professional life, a connection to the myriad souls whose stories had been woven into the fabric of time. It was a realization that left me both humbled and invigorated, determined to honor the voices of the past by listening, by understanding, and by helping to heal the wounds that had been inflicted over generations. Now, as I reflect on those long, solitary nights and the soft murmur of voices that guided me through the labyrinth of memory, I understand that the journey into the shadows is as much about self-discovery as it is about uncovering hidden truths. The whispers in the shadows, with their spectral cadence and tender urgency, have taught me that every sound, every murmur, is a call to remember, a call to acknowledge that the past is never truly gone, but lives on in the hearts and minds of those who dare to listen. I have come to embrace these nightly encounters as integral to my work, not as disturbances to be silenced, but as messages that beckon me toward a deeper understanding of the human spirit. In the interplay of light and shadow, of memory and myth, I have discovered that healing is not a process of erasing the past, but of integrating it, of allowing the voices of those who came before to guide us toward a future where the scars of yesterday may finally give way to the promise of tomorrow. Standing now on the threshold of yet another session with Evelyn, I feel the weight of the whispers and the call of the shadows as both a burden and a blessing. They remind me that every soul is part of a greater narrative, a tapestry that spans the ages, woven from the threads of joy and sorrow, of sacrifice and redemption. And so I continue my work with a renewed sense of purpose, ready to listen to the whispers in the shadows, to honor the voices of the past, and to help guide a fractured mind toward a place of healing and wholeness. For in every soft murmur, in every echo of an ancient voice, there lies a promise that no matter how deeply buried the pain, the light of understanding and compassion can one day emerge, illuminating even the darkest corners of our shared history. And as I forge ahead in this journey, I remain committed to the belief that the past, though it may whisper from the shadows, is an essential part of our identity, a legacy that, when acknowledged and embraced, can lead to a future defined not by sorrow, but by hope, resilience, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. I can still recall the day when the unthinkable revelation shattered the fragile calm of my routine, forever altering the course of my work with Evelyn. It was a late November afternoon. The sky was a heavy, oppressive gray that seemed to press against the windows of my office, as if urging me to brace myself for what was to come. I had been meticulously reviewing my notes from recent sessions when a sudden shift in Evelyn's demeanor caught my attention. A transformation so abrupt and jarring that it left me momentarily speechless. In one session, as I had been probing the recesses of her memories, one of her emerging personalities spoke with a voice so distinct and commanding that it eclipsed all that had come before. The words that spilled forth were not the tentative murmurings of a troubled mind, but a prophecy of violence so precise and ominous that I felt the weight of impending catastrophe descend upon us. It began with a trembling confession. In a quiet moment between the measured exchanges of our usual dialogue, a new persona emerged, one that introduced itself with an intensity that immediately raised alarm bells in my trained mind. This personality, who later identified himself simply as Gideon, spoke of an imminent act of violence that would not only shatter the boundaries of Evelyn's fractured existence, but also ripple outwards into the unsuspecting world beyond our therapy room. Gideon's tone was resolute, almost accusatory, as if he bore the burden of a foreknowledge that was both dreadful and inescapable. "There is a day coming," he intoned, "when the sins of our past will be repaid in blood, and the cycle of violence must be ended by force." His words reverberated through the quiet room, leaving me with an unsettling mix of dread and determination. In that charged moment, I realized that what I had initially dismissed as a manifestation of psychological trauma was evolving into something altogether different, an oracle of a legacy steeped in ancestral malediction. Gideon's prophecy was a stark departure from the mere recollections of childhood pain or family sorrow that had characterized our previous sessions. It was as if the very fabric of Evelyn's being had become interwoven with a malignant destiny, one that foretold an act of violence with an almost ritualistic inevitability. The room seemed to darken around us as Gideon's voice echoed off the walls, and I found myself grappling with a terror that transcended the clinical detachment I had long prided myself on. For days after that session, I was haunted by the memory of his words. Each time I reviewed my notes, the phrase, "imminent act of violence," loomed like a specter, unyielding and persistent. I could not shake the sensation that we were teetering on the brink of a precipice, a moment when the accumulated weight of generations of suppressed anguish and ancestral guilt would burst forth in a violent reckoning. I turned over every detail in my mind, questioning the origins of this prophecy and its connection to the legacy of Evelyn's family. The symbols and relics I had noted in earlier sessions, the porcelain figurine, the intricate locket, and even the recurring motif of the crescent moon interlaced with cryptic runes, seemed to converge upon this single, disturbing declaration. Could it be that Gideon's prediction was not merely a byproduct of a fractured mind, but an echo of an ancient curse, a final warning from a lineage tormented by the sins of its forebears? Determined to uncover the truth behind this foreboding prophecy, I embarked on an intensive investigation that blurred the boundaries between modern psychiatry and the realm of the occult. I delved into historical archives and consulted experts in folklore and esoteric traditions, searching for any record of a curse or ancestral vendetta that might align with the violent destiny foretold by Gideon. In the dusty recesses of an old municipal library, I uncovered a tattered journal penned by one of Evelyn's distant relatives, a man whose troubled life was marked by whispered legends of retribution and the inevitable return of past transgressions. The journal spoke of a ritual performed on a fateful night centuries ago, a ritual that had sealed the family's fate by invoking a dark force that demanded bloodshed as its price. Each line of the diary seemed to echo Gideon's words, recounting a time when violence was not merely an act but a sacrament, a grim form of penance for ancestral sins. This discovery sent tremors through my professional composure. I found myself questioning the very nature of reality. Was it possible that the human mind could serve as a vessel for such potent, ancient forces? The more I read, the more I was convinced that Evelyn's dissociative identities were not simply splintered fragments of a traumatized psyche, but living embodiments of a curse that had been passed down through generations. The prophecy of violence, once a vague threat, now loomed as an inevitable climax to a cycle of retribution that had haunted her lineage. Every new detail I uncovered reinforced the sense that the impending act was not a random outburst of madness, but the culmination of a carefully orchestrated, inescapable fate. In the therapy room, I began to approach my sessions with an urgency that bordered on obsession. I questioned Evelyn gently, coaxing out every detail of her memories, hoping that the layers of her mind might reveal further insights into the prophecy. I asked her to recount the moments when Gideon's voice had surfaced, to describe the feelings that accompanied his grim pronouncements. With each session, the narrative grew more complex and more intertwined with historical fragments that defied conventional explanation. At times, Evelyn's eyes would glaze over as she slipped into a trance-like state, as if her mind were traversing the corridors of a dark, forgotten past. In these moments, I felt the weight of history pressing in on me, a tangible reminder that our lives were not merely individual experiences, but threads woven into a tapestry of ancient, intergenerational trauma. One particularly harrowing session stands out in my memory. It was a stormy evening when the wind howled outside the window and the rain beat a relentless rhythm against the glass. Evelyn's demeanor was unusually agitated, and as we settled into the familiar cadence of our dialogue, her expression shifted. Her eyes, once brimming with sorrow, now burned with a fierce intensity, and her voice, when she spoke, was laced with an urgency that set my heart pounding. "I can see it," she whispered, barely audible over the storm's din. "I see the day when everything must be purged." In that moment, the room seemed to shrink, the shadows deepening as if to underscore the gravity of her words. I pressed her for details, my voice gentle yet insistent, and she described a vision so vivid that it reveled the clarity of waking life. In her vision, a dark figure, both terrifying and mesmerizing, loomed over a chaotic scene of violence and destruction. The figure's eyes, glowing with an unholy light, seemed to pierce through the veil of time, condemning every sin of the past. "It is coming," she murmured, "and nothing can stop it." The intensity of that session left me reeling, and I spent the following days in a state of heightened alertness. I scoured every piece of historical documentation I could find, seeking corroboration for the prophecy and a means to decipher its hidden messages. I met with scholars who specialized in ancient rituals and curse lore, and while many of them regarded my inquiries with skepticism, a few hinted at the possibility that certain curses were indeed designed to manifest through violent acts. Their words, though cautious, resonated with the growing conviction that Gideon's pronouncement was rooted in an ancient, almost mythic truth, a truth that demanded both acknowledgement and action. In the midst of this turmoil, I began to feel a disturbing shift within myself. The lines between my role as a clinician and that of an unwilling participant in a dark saga began to blur. I found myself plagued by nightmares that mirrored Evelyn's visions, a relentless cycle of blood and retribution that left me drenched in cold sweat upon waking. During the long, sleepless nights, I would lie awake, haunted by the echo of Gideon's voice and the dread that the prophecy was drawing inexorably closer to fulfillment. The very air around me seemed charged with an ominous energy, as if the ancient curse were stirring from its slumber, ready to reclaim its due. My growing obsession with the prophecy did not go unnoticed by my colleagues. Whispers of my unorthodox methods and my increasingly fervent belief in an ancestral curse began to circulate within the hospital corridors. Some warned me that I was venturing too far into realms best left unexplored, that I was risking my professional integrity by embracing ideas that defied empirical validation. Yet, every time I attempted to rationalize the mounting evidence with cold logic, the visions and voices would return, overwhelming my reason with their visceral clarity. The more I tried to distance myself from the inexplicable, the more it seemed to seep into every corner of my existence. One afternoon, as I sat alone in my office surrounded by stacks of research papers and historical tomes, I experienced a moment of profound clarity, a sudden insight that cut through the haze of fear and doubt like a beam of light. I realized that the prophecy of violence was not a call to despair, but a challenge, a mandate to confront and ultimately overcome the legacy of darkness that had haunted Evelyn's family for generations. It was as if the curse, in its malevolence, was also offering a final chance at redemption. The violence foretold was not an end in itself, but a purgative act, a necessary rupture that could, if met with courage and resolve, clear the path for healing and rebirth. This realization filled me with a cautious hope, a belief that the prophecy could be broken if we were willing to face it head on. I resolved then to use every tool at my disposal: psychological expertise, historical inquiry, and even the tentative insights of the mystical, to prevent the violence from manifesting. I began incorporating targeted therapeutic techniques aimed at integrating the disparate aspects of Evelyn's identity, hoping that by uniting her fragmented selves, we might diffuse the fatal momentum of the curse. In our sessions, I guided her through deep, meditative exercises designed to access and transform the ancestral memories that lay hidden in the recesses of her mind. I urged her to confront the darkest corners of her past, to acknowledge the sins and traumas that had been passed down like a bitter inheritance, and to reclaim the power to change the future. As the weeks turned into months, the tension in our sessions grew ever more palpable. Every time Gideon's voice surfaced, it carried with it an urgency that made my pulse quicken and my hands tremble. I began to document these moments in painstaking detail, creating a record that I hoped would one day serve as a roadmap for breaking the cycle of violence. I noted the precise language used, the intonation, and even the fleeting expressions on Evelyn's face as different identities emerged. Each session became a battleground, a struggle not only for the integrity of her mind, but for the fate of a legacy that threatened to claim us both. There were nights when I would leave the hospital and walk for miles in the silence of the city, my thoughts consumed by the prophecy and the desperate need to avert its grim fulfillment. In these solitary moments, I would replay Gideon's chilling words over and over in my mind, trying to decipher their hidden meaning and searching for a clue that might point the way to salvation. I began to suspect that the curse was not an immutable force of nature, but rather a challenge, a test of our capacity to confront and transform the inherited wounds of the past. The more I pondered it, the more I was convinced that if we could unlock the secret of the prophecy, we might find a way not only to prevent the impending violence, but to break the cycle of retribution altogether. One crisp winter evening, as the first snow began to fall and blanket the city in a silent, ethereal shroud, I received a call from Evelyn. Her voice was trembling, laden with an urgency that I had rarely heard before. She insisted that she had experienced a new vision, one in which the violent act was no longer a distant threat but an imminent reality. In her vision, the dark figure that had haunted her dreams stood before her, its eyes blazing with an unholy light, declaring that the time of reckoning had arrived. "The curse demands its due," she cried, "and if we do not act, the violence will consume us all." The terror in her voice was palpable, and I knew in that instant that the situation had reached a critical juncture. I arranged for an emergency session, determined that we must confront this final, dire warning head-on. That session proved to be the most intense of our journey thus far. The consultation room, usually a place of cautious dialogue and measured revelations, became a stage for a cataclysmic confrontation. Evelyn's various identities emerged in rapid succession, their voices overlapping in a tumultuous chorus of fear, anger, and despair. Amid the cacophony, Gideon's voice rose above the rest, clear and unyielding. "The day is upon us. Violence must come to end the curse." I felt as though the very air vibrated with the energy of his proclamation, a force that threatened to shatter the delicate balance of our existence. Desperation mingled with determination as I implored her to allow me to help her integrate these conflicting aspects of herself, to unite the disparate voices into a single force capable of defying the ominous destiny foretold by the curse. In that charged moment, as I reached out to her, both as her therapist and as a fellow human being yearning for redemption, I sensed a shift. The turbulent interplay of identities began to coalesce, as if drawn together by an invisible, inexorable force. It was as though the very act of confronting the prophecy was dissolving the barriers between the past and the present, between the individual and the ancestral. I guided her through a series of deep breathing exercises and visualization techniques, urging her to envision a future where the cycle of violence could be broken, where the bloodshed of the past could give way to a new dawn of healing. Slowly, painstakingly, the voices began to soften, their fervor subsiding into a fragile, tentative harmony. For a brief, shining moment, I thought I saw a glimmer of hope, a possibility that the prophecy might be defied, that the curse could be confronted and ultimately transcended. Yet, even as that fragile hope took root, the underlying truth of Gideon's warning remained. The impending act of violence was not a matter of if, but when, unless we intervened decisively. In the days that followed, I redoubled my efforts, both in our therapy sessions and in my relentless research. I reached out to specialists in ritualistic practices and ancient healing traditions, seeking any insight that might help us reverse the course set in motion by the ancestral curse. Every conversation, every new piece of evidence, reinforced the certainty that the prophecy was an immutable part of Evelyn's legacy, one that could only be altered by an act of will and sacrifice that challenged the very fabric of destiny. Now, as I reflect upon those tumultuous times, I am struck by the paradox of the prophecy. On the one hand, it foretold an act of violence so precise and dreadful that it seemed destined to shatter not only Evelyn's life, but also the delicate balance of our shared world. On the other hand, it presented us with a singular opportunity, a chance to confront the ancient curse head-on, to unravel its dark secrets, and to reclaim the power to forge a future unburdened by the sins of the past. The days that followed were filled with a feverish urgency, desperate race against time to piece together the scattered fragments of history and destiny, to harness the power of our combined will, and to stand defiant in the face of an inevitable reckoning. In the quiet solitude of my office, amidst the scattered research papers and the persistent echo of Gideon's words, I made a promise to myself and to Evelyn that I would not allow the prophecy of violence to come to pass. I vowed to fight against the relentless tide of ancestral retribution, to use every resource at my disposal to break the cycle that had ensnared her family for centuries. It was a promise forged in the crucible of fear and hope, a pledge to confront the darkness with the light of understanding and compassion. Even now, as I pen these reflections, I remain haunted by the memory of that fateful day. The day when Gideon's voice first declared the prophecy that would shape our lives in ways I could scarcely have imagined. The journey that followed was one of profound transformation, not only for Evelyn, but for me as well. It forced me to question the boundaries of modern science and to accept that some truths lie beyond the reach of rational explanation. The prophecy of violence, with all its terror and inevitability, became both a burden and a beacon, a grim reminder of the past and a challenge to create a future defined by redemption rather than retribution. As I conclude this chapter of our shared story, I do so with the lingering hope that the day of violence may yet be averted, that the curse, despite its ancient origins and unyielding force, can be broken by the courage to face it head-on. Every step of this journey has been a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a reminder that even in the shadow of an ominous destiny, there lies the possibility of change. And so, with a heart heavy with both sorrow and resolve, I continue my work, determined to guide Evelyn, and in so doing, myself, toward a future where the cycle of violence is not our fate, but a challenge we have overcome. I still remember the moment when the calm facade of our therapy sessions shattered into a discordant cacophony of inner voices and conflicting emotions. It was an ordinary Tuesday afternoon, yet something in the atmosphere of my consultation room felt palpably different. An undercurrent of tension that defied explanation. I sat across from Evelyn, my patient whose fragile mind was a labyrinth of conflicting identities, and as the session began, I sensed that today's encounter would mark a turning point in our shared journey. The gentle ticking of the clock seemed to beat out a solemn rhythm, underscoring the gravity of the moment as the lines between my clinical detachment and the raw emotional intensity of her inner world began to blur. From the very first minute, the session was charged with an unsettling dissonance. Evelyn's eyes darted nervously, and her voice, normally subdued and tentative, trembled with an intensity that spoke of hidden turmoil. I observed the subtle shifts in her posture, the way her fingers fidgeted with a frayed scarf, as if trying to anchor herself to reality. It wasn't long before I detected the first sign of an internal struggle, a sudden change in her tone mid-sentence, as if a different personality had taken the helm. In that brief but unmistakable moment, I realized that the equilibrium we had managed to maintain was now giving way to a storm of internal conflict. I invited Evelyn to share what she was feeling, my voice gentle yet laced with a quiet urgency. "Tell me," I said softly, "what is it that you feel right now?" Her eyes flickered with uncertainty, and for a moment, the room was silent except for the steady tick of the clock. Then, as if compelled by forces beyond her control, her voice shifted. A new tone emerged, sharp, bristling with anger and desperation, and with it came the name of another identity, one she referred to as Dorian. Dorian's words were laden with bitterness and an almost accusatory edge. "I'm tired of hiding in the shadows," he declared, his tone rising to match the intensity of the emotion he carried. "It's time to confront the truth, no matter how painful it might be." In that split second, I sensed that the therapy session had transformed from a measured exploration into an internal battlefield where disparate voices clashed. As Dorian's presence grew more dominant, the session took on an almost surreal quality. The conversation oscillated wildly between Evelyn's timid recollections and Dorian's vehement assertions. I struggled to maintain a stable, supportive environment, urging them both to allow their stories to emerge without fear of judgment. Yet the tension in the room was almost tangible, a charged energy that seemed to vibrate in the air, as if the very walls were privy to secrets too deep for words. In the midst of this internal conflict, I recognized a turning point. The dissonance within Evelyn was no longer just an expression of psychological fragmentation, but a cry for liberation from an ancestral burden that had long festered in silence. My professional training compelled me to document every detail meticulously. I noted the nuances of tone and facial expression, the interplay between Evelyn's gentle hesitancy and Dorian's fiery outbursts. It was as if each identity were a distinct instrument in an orchestra that, until now, had played in uneasy harmony. But today, the instruments clashed in a discordant melody, a sound that was as disturbing as it was revelatory. The session became a battleground where suppressed memories, guilt, and anger converged, each emotion fighting for its place in the tapestry of her consciousness. During a particularly charged moment, when Dorian's fury reached its zenith, Evelyn's demeanor shifted abruptly. Her eyes filled with tears as a softer voice, barely audible, emerged from the depths of her being. It was the voice of Clara, an identity that had been hidden for so long that even I had almost forgotten its existence. Clara's voice was imbued with sorrow and a quiet resilience. "Please," she whispered, her tone fragile yet earnest. "We must find a way to end this endless cycle. We cannot let the past dictate our future." In that brief interlude, the room seemed to pause, a fragile calm settling over the storm of emotions. It was a moment that encapsulated both the dissonance and the potential for healing, the collision of conflicting voices creating an opportunity for integration. If only they could learn to listen to one another. Yet, even as Clara's plea resonated with a promise of reconciliation, the dissonance reasserted itself. Dorian's anger surged once more, a tidal wave of raw emotion that drowned out the gentle hope of integration. "No," he snarled, his voice echoing off the walls. "We must face the truth head-on. The sins of our past demand reckoning, and there is no escape from the violence that is to come." His words were not just a manifestation of internal strife. They were a chilling echo of a prophecy I had encountered in previous sessions. A prophecy that spoke of an impending act of violence rooted in ancestral guilt. As I absorbed his words, a chill ran down my spine. It was as if the dissonance in her mind was not merely a byproduct of trauma, but a prelude to something far more ominous. The session stretched on, each minute laden with the weight of conflicting emotions and the palpable tension of unresolved history. I found myself torn between my duty as a clinician and the instinct to intervene directly in the interplay of identities. Every attempt to mediate seemed only to amplify the intensity of the internal dialogue, as if the very act of acknowledging the dissonance made it more potent. I recalled the turning points of our earlier sessions, the moments when subtle shifts in tone and fleeting glances hinted at deeper, hidden narratives. But now, in this session, the conflict was overt, and the stakes felt higher than ever. It was not simply a matter of understanding a fractured mind. It was a battle to reclaim the integrity of a soul tormented by the weight of a legacy steeped in sorrow and retribution. As the afternoon light began to fade, casting long, somber shadows across the room, I realized that this session was marking a crucial juncture. The dissonance within Evelyn was evolving into a force that threatened to spiral out of control. In one particularly powerful moment, as Dorian and Clara's voices nearly reached a crescendo, I sensed that the internal conflict was nearing a breaking point. The energy in the room was almost unbearable, a pressure building toward a climax that I feared might result in irreversible damage to her fragile psyche. I knew then that a decisive intervention was required. My training and my own inner resolve compelled me to act, to guide her toward a path of integration before the dissonance could erupt into a full-blown crisis. I leaned forward, my voice steady despite the tumult of emotions swirling within me. "Evelyn," I said softly, "I know that inside you there are many voices, each carrying the weight of memories and pain. But I believe that by listening to them, by allowing them to speak without fear, we can begin to weave together a new narrative, one that honors your past without being enslaved by it." I paused, my eyes meeting hers in a silent plea for understanding. For a long, heart-stopping moment, the room was silent. Then, slowly, the voices seemed to soften. Dorian's harsh tone faltered, and even Clara's gentle murmur was tinged with uncertainty. It was as if my words had opened a door, allowing the disparate parts of her identity to glimpse the possibility of reconciliation. In that fragile lull, I sensed the first signs of integration, a subtle blending of anger, sorrow, and hope that hinted at the potential for healing. Yet the transformation was not linear. Just as quickly as the moment of calm had emerged, the dissonance reasserted itself with renewed vigor. The internal dialogue resumed its tumult, and I was forced to confront the painful reality that the process of integration would be fraught with setbacks and moments of despair. The voices, though momentarily subdued, would not yield completely to the hope of reconciliation. Instead, they fought for dominance, each identity clinging to its own version of truth, its own interpretation of the past. It was a dissonance that seemed to echo the unresolved conflicts of generations before her, a legacy of pain that could not be easily silenced. As the session neared its end, the conflict within Evelyn reached a climax. I watched, heart pounding, as the various identities waged a silent war within her. There were moments when tears streamed down her face as she seemed to grapple with the enormity of the emotional burden. At other times, a cold, distant expression would take over, as if she were trying to distance herself from the torment within. I felt both the professional weight of my responsibility and a deep personal sorrow for the suffering that had defined her existence for so long. It was in that moment, at the very brink of disintegration, that a startling twist revealed itself. As the voices clashed in a near, violent crescendo, I noticed that a pattern was emerging, a pattern that suggested that the dissonance was not entirely a product of psychological fragmentation, but a coded message from the depths of her ancestral memory. In a burst of insight that left me breathless, I realized that the internal conflict was structured, almost like a ritual recitation of events long past. The furious tirades of Dorian, the plaintive whispers of Clara, and even the subdued, fearful interjections of the identity that had once been known simply as Evelyn, were all parts of a complex narrative, a narrative that, when pieced together, recounted a cycle of retribution that had haunted her lineage for generations. It was as if each personality were a verse in an ancient incantation, a litany of sorrow and fury passed down through time. The implications were staggering. The dissonance in her mind was not a random scattering of fractured thoughts, but a deliberate, if subconscious, reenactment of an ancestral curse, a curse that demanded not only acknowledgement but active resolution. With this realization, a new sense of urgency overtook me. I knew that if we were to avert a catastrophic unraveling of her psyche, I needed to help her decipher the hidden message behind the dissonance. I resolved then to employ a novel therapeutic approach, one that blended traditional psychotherapy with elements of narrative reconstruction and guided imagery. I explained to her in soft, reassuring tones that our goal was not to silence any part of her inner dialogue, but to allow these voices to converse with one another, to share their truths, and in doing so, to heal the wounds of a past too painful to remain unspoken. I urged her to imagine that each identity was a messenger from a time long ago, carrying with it the burdens and blessings of those who had come before. I suggested that by listening to them, acknowledging their pain, and ultimately integrating their messages, she might begin to break the cycle that had condemned her family for so long. In that session's final moments, as the daylight faded and the room was bathed in a soft, uncertain glow, I witnessed a fragile shift. The voices, though still discordant, began to recede into a tentative dialogue. The overwhelming chaos gave way to a tentative cadence, a rhythm that hinted at the possibility of unity. I could see in her eyes a glimmer of hope, a spark of determination that suggested she was willing to confront the darkness that had long lurked within. Even as the session drew to a close, the dissonance lingered, a persistent reminder of the long road ahead. But now it was accompanied by the quiet promise of transformation. Driving home that evening, I replayed the events of the session in my mind. The raw, painful conflicts, the sudden shifts in identity, and the startling revelation of an ancestral narrative hidden within the cacophony of voices, all merged into a single, inescapable truth. The path to healing would not be a linear journey of reconciliation, but a turbulent voyage through the storm of memory, emotion, and inherited guilt. The dissonance in the therapy was both our greatest challenge and our most profound opportunity, a call to confront the buried fragments of the past and to forge, from the shards of a fractured legacy, a new, integrated self. In the weeks that followed, I redoubled my efforts to help Evelyn navigate the labyrinth of her inner world. I introduced new exercises designed to encourage dialogue among her identities, techniques that involved carefully structured imagery, symbolic drawing, and even role-play scenarios that allowed the disparate voices to interact in a safe, controlled environment. Each session was an experiment in transformation, a delicate balancing act between acknowledging the full force of her internal conflict and gently guiding it toward integration. There were moments of breakthrough, where for the briefest of times, the voices seemed to merge into a single, coherent narrative, a moment when the full weight of her ancestral pain was met with the possibility of redemption. And then there were moments of despair, when the dissonance threatened to overwhelm her completely, leaving both of us grasping for a semblance of order amidst the chaos. One such breakthrough occurred on a rainy afternoon, not unlike that fateful Tuesday when the dissonance first made itself known. In the midst of a particularly intense session, as tears flowed freely and voices rose and fell like the tide, Evelyn suddenly fell silent. For what felt like an eternity, the room was hushed, the only sound the gentle patter of rain against the window. Then, with a trembling clarity, she spoke, not as one voice, but as a chorus that carried the combined weight of all her identities. "I remember," she said, her words barely audible yet imbued with an undeniable certainty. "A time when we were whole. A time when the darkness was not our master but our guide." In that singular, transcendent moment, I sensed that something fundamental was shifting within her. The separate threads of her inner dialogue began to interweave, revealing glimpses of a coherent tapestry, one that held the promise of healing and the hope of breaking free from the ancestral curse that had defined her existence for so long. Yet, even as hope stirred, the memory of that dissonance remained a powerful reminder of the challenges that lay ahead. The voices of the past were not easily silenced, and the journey toward integration was riddled with setbacks. In the quiet aftermath of that breakthrough, I spent long hours reflecting on the nature of our work. The dissonance in the therapy was more than just a symptom of psychological fragmentation. It was a mirror of the conflicts that had tormented Evelyn's lineage for generations, a legacy of pain that demanded to be acknowledged, understood, and ultimately transformed. I knew then that our path would be fraught with difficulty, that the road to healing was as perilous as it was promising. But I also understood that every step forward, every moment of clarity amid the chaos, was a victory, a triumph of the human spirit over the inexorable pull of a haunted past. Now, as I sit here in the quiet solitude of my study, reviewing my notes and the many sessions that have passed, I am struck by the profound complexity of our journey. The dissonance in the therapy was a testament not only to the fragility of the human mind, but also to its incredible resilience. Within the turbulent interplay of conflicting voices lay the seeds of transformation, a possibility that, through the painstaking process of integration, a fractured soul could one day emerge whole. The experience has taught me that healing is not the absence of conflict, but the ability to embrace it, to allow even the most discordant notes to contribute to the symphony of a new beginning. Every session with Evelyn has been a lesson in humility, in the understanding that the past, no matter how painful or disjointed, cannot be ignored but must be confronted head-on if true healing is to take root. The dissonance we have experienced is not a curse to be feared, but a challenge to be met, a call to explore the depths of our collective memory and to forge a future that honors the full spectrum of our existence. In that spirit, I remain committed to the arduous work of helping Evelyn reconcile her inner voices, of guiding her toward a state of integration that transcends the pain of her ancestry and opens the door to a life defined not by sorrow, but by hope and renewal. As I close my journal for the day, I am filled with both a profound sense of responsibility and a quiet optimism. The road ahead remains long and uncertain, the echoes of dissonance still resonating in the corners of our therapy room. Yet I have come to believe that within this discord lies the promise of transformation, a chance to rewrite a legacy of anguish into one of healing. And so, with every fiber of my being, I will continue this journey, steadfast in the conviction that even the deepest dissonance can, over time, give way to a harmony that reflects not only the resilience of the human spirit, but the eternal possibility of redemption. I had reached a point in my work with Evelyn when the boundaries between her personal trauma and something far more ancient began to dissolve. The early days of our sessions had already revealed hints of a family legacy, a murmur of ancestral memories echoing in the recesses of her fractured mind. Now, as I delved deeper, the presence of an age-old curse became undeniable. It was as if the very air around us vibrated with the weight of forgotten generations, each whispering secrets of sorrow and penance into the present. It started on an overcast morning when I arrived at the Institute with an inexplicable heaviness in my chest. The consultation room, usually a haven of measured dialogue, felt charged with an energy I had never encountered before. Evelyn sat quietly, her eyes downcast, and the porcelain figurine that had so long captured my attention rested on the table between us. I sensed that this object was more than a simple relic. It was a silent emissary from the past, bearing witness to a lineage haunted by unresolved transgressions. As we began our session, I urged her to speak of her earliest memories, hoping to trace the threads of her ancestral narrative. Evelyn's voice trembled as she recounted childhood recollections, fleeting images of dimly lit corridors in a sprawling ancestral home, and of whispered warnings passed down like a forbidden secret. She spoke of a ritual, half forgotten and shrouded in mystery, in which her family had gathered under a crescent moon to make an offering. The ritual was described in cryptic fragments, a union of grief and hope, a desperate plea for forgiveness. Even as she recounted these details, I could see the conflict in her eyes, a battle between a yearning to remember and an instinct to forget. In that moment, I understood that her dissociative identities were not merely psychological defenses against trauma, but were, in fact, echoes of a deep ancestral burden. The session's intensity left me with a lingering sense of responsibility. I embarked on a thorough investigation, seeking historical documents, family records, and any arcane texts that might elucidate the origins of the curse. My research led me to a collection of brittle manuscripts tucked away in the basement of a local library. There, among yellowed pages and faded ink, I discovered a chronicle detailing the tragic saga of Evelyn's forebears. The account told of a grievous sin committed by an ancestor, a betrayal so profound that it invoked the wrath of a vengeful spirit. The narrative recounted that, in a desperate bid to appease this force, the family had performed a ritual that, rather than healing the wound, had sealed their fate. The curse was passed down like a malignant heirloom, each generation doomed to relive the consequences of that ancient transgression. Armed with these revelations, I returned to my sessions with Evelyn determined to bridge the gap between clinical science and the metaphysical legacy that now defined her existence. I introduced the subject gently. "Evelyn," I began, "I have come across accounts of your family's past, of rituals and sacrifices that might explain some of the experiences you've had." Her eyes widened briefly, and she lowered her gaze. For the first time, there was an unmistakable flicker of recognition, as if these words had stirred a memory buried deep within her. "They say the curse is an echo," she murmured. "An echo of guilt that refuses to fade." In that moment, I realized that our work was evolving beyond the realm of traditional psychiatry. We were now confronting a legacy that defied rational explanation, a curse woven into the fabric of her being. In subsequent sessions, the presence of the curse became increasingly palpable. I began to notice subtle changes in Evelyn's demeanor whenever we touched upon the topic of her lineage. Her eyes would cloud over, and a faraway look would overtake her features, as if she were momentarily transported back in time to witness ancestral events. At times, fragments of dialogue from long, vanished voices would break through her carefully constructed barriers. One session, in particular, remains etched in my memory. We were discussing a recurring dream in which a spectral figure, shrouded in darkness, beckoned her to follow. As she described the dream, her voice shifted, adopting a tone that was not entirely her own. "I must atone," the voice whispered, carrying an echo of ancient remorse. The declaration struck me with a mix of awe and apprehension. It was clear that the dream was more than a figment of her imagination. It was a remnant of a promise made long ago, a covenant sealed by blood and regret. As days turned into weeks, I found myself not only treating a patient, but also unearthing layers of a historical mystery that stretched back centuries. I began incorporating techniques aimed at accessing these ancestral memories, blending established therapeutic methods with guided imagery and narrative reconstruction. In one session, I asked Evelyn to close her eyes and envision the faces of those who had come before her. "Let the echoes speak," I whispered. "Listen to the voices of your ancestors." For several long minutes, the room was silent except for the soft cadence of her breathing. Then, as if compelled by some inner force, she spoke in a voice that trembled with both sorrow and resolve. "I see them, a procession of souls burdened by sin, each one reaching out for absolution." The revelation was transformative. In that moment, it became apparent that her dissociative identities were not random splits of a shattered mind, but were, instead, the living embodiments of a family's collective memory, a mosaic of pain, redemption, and the desperate hope for release. My investigation into the curse's origins deepened as I sought to understand its mechanisms. I delved into ancient lore and esoteric traditions, learning that many cultures believed in the persistence of ancestral guilt, a force that could manifest in the lives of descendants. One obscure text described the phenomenon as ancestral echoing, the idea that unresolved emotions and sins of the past can imprint themselves on the soul, manifesting as fragmented identities and recurring visions. This concept resonated with everything I had observed in Evelyn's case. The echoes of her ancestors were not mere hallucinations, but were, perhaps, real vestiges of a curse that spanned generations. Each time one of her identities surfaced with an urgent message, it was as if a chapter of her family's dark history was being recited anew, a litany of remorse and a plea for redemption. The more I learned, the more I felt the curse's pull not only on Evelyn, but also on myself. There were nights when I would lie awake, haunted by dreams of that ancient ritual, the flickering candlelight, the sound of incantations whispered in a forgotten tongue, and the overwhelming sense that something momentous was about to be unleashed. In these dreams, I saw a spectral gathering in a crumbling courtyard, where the eyes of long, dead ancestors glimmered with both accusation and sorrow. I awoke with a pounding heart and a deep, seated conviction that the path to healing required more than just clinical intervention. It demanded an acknowledgement of the past, a confrontation with the legacy that bound us all. My colleagues began to notice the change in me. The once cold rationality that had defined my approach to psychiatry was gradually giving way to a more holistic, if unconventional, perspective. Some whispered that I was venturing too far into the realm of mysticism, that I risked losing the objectivity essential to my work. Yet I found that the more I embraced the truth of Evelyn's ancestry, the more my understanding of the human psyche expanded. I began to see that our minds are not isolated entities, but are, instead, intertwined with the history of those who came before us. The echoes of our ancestors shape our fears, our dreams, and even our identities. One rainy afternoon, During a particularly intense session, Evelyn revealed a secret that sent shivers down my spine. She confessed that as a child, she had been told by her grandmother that the family carried a curse born of a betrayal so grievous that it condemned them to a lifetime of torment. Our souls are bound by what was done long ago, she whispered, her eyes brimming with tears. We are cursed to relive the pain until we find a way to make amends. The words struck me with the force of destiny. Here was a direct acknowledgement of the curse, a confirmation of the ancestral echo that had haunted her family. I pressed her gently for details, and through halting recollections, she described how her ancestors had once attempted a ritual to break the curse, one that ended in tragedy and left scars that ran deep into the fabric of her being. In the days that followed, I began to merge my clinical expertise with the insights gleaned from historical inquiry. I proposed a radical new approach to our therapy sessions, one that invited Evelyn to not only explore her memories, but to actively engage with the echoes of her past. We began a series of guided meditations in which she was encouraged to visualize a meeting with her ancestors. Imagine a circle, I instructed softly. Fear the voices of those who have gone before gather. Speak with them, listen to their sorrow, and ask what they need for healing. In one particularly powerful session, as the soft light of dusk filtered through the window, Evelyn closed her eyes and allowed herself to be enveloped by the vision. For several long minutes, her face was serene, her breathing slow and measured, as though she were communing with forces beyond time. Then, in a voice that trembled with the weight of centuries, she spoke. These say that only by facing our sins can we be free. They beg for forgiveness, for a chance to heal the wound that has never closed. That moment marked a turning point. It was no longer enough to simply document the manifestations of the curse. We had to confront it head on. I arranged for further research into traditional rituals of atonement and healing, reaching out to experts in folklore, anthropology, and even alternative healing modalities. I discovered that, in some traditions, the breaking of an ancestral curse required an act of symbolic reparation, a ritual that acknowledged the past, embraced its lessons, and offered a path to redemption. Armed with this knowledge, I proposed a therapeutic experiment, a carefully structured session in which Evelyn would attempt to reenact, in a symbolic and controlled manner, the ancient ritual of atonement. The goal was not to recreate the past in all its tragic detail, but to allow her to symbolically lay down the burden of guilt and reclaim her identity from the shadows of ancestral sorrow. The day of the ritual session arrived with a charged atmosphere. In my consultation room, now transformed with the soft glow of candles and the subtle aroma of incense, Evelyn sat poised for the journey ahead. I explained each step in detail, emphasizing that this was a symbolic act, a means of engaging with her past in order to break its hold on her present. As she began the ritual, I watched with a mixture of professional detachment and personal empathy. Evelyn's eyes shone with an inner light as she recited incantations learned from the recovered texts, her voice mingling with the soft strains of a distant melody that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. For a long, suspended moment, time appeared to stand still. In that space between past and present, the curse felt less like an immutable fate and more like a challenge, a call to transform pain into the possibility of healing. When the ritual concluded, there was a palpable shift in the energy of the room. Evelyn's features, once etched with the lines of ancient sorrow, now held a glimmer of peace, a tentative hope that the echoes of the past might finally begin to subside. I sensed that the ancestral voices, long burdened by the weight of guilt and regret, were being heard and, perhaps, forgiven. Though the journey toward complete healing was far from over, that day marked the beginning of a gradual transformation, a slow process of integration, in which the fractured fragments of her identity could finally begin to coalesce into a unified whole. In the weeks that followed, I observed subtle changes in Evelyn. The intensity of her flashbacks diminished, replaced by a reflective calm. The multiple voices within her, once locked in bitter conflict, now engaged in quieter, more conciliatory dialogues. In one session, as we reviewed her progress, she remarked softly, "I feel as though I am beginning to understand the language of my ancestors. Their sorrow, their hope. It is as if I have been given a key to unlock a part of myself that I never knew existed." Her words resonated with me deeply, affirming that our efforts to confront the curse had opened a pathway toward redemption. I, too, felt transformed by the experience, my own rigid boundaries softened by the realization that healing often required embracing both the light and the dark of one's past. Yet, even as hope emerged from the shadows, the ancestral echoes remained, a reminder of the enduring legacy of guilt and memory. I knew that the journey ahead would demand continued vigilance, that the curse might resurface in unexpected ways. In quiet moments, I would revisit the recovered manuscripts and the whispered accounts of rituals long past, searching for any detail that might offer further insight into the curse's nature. I came to understand that the ancestral echoes were not simply burdens to be cast off, but vital parts of a larger narrative that connected us to our collective history. They were lessons etched in time, warnings and admonitions that, if heeded, could guide future generations away from repeating the sins of the past. Now, as I sit in the stillness of my study and reflect upon the transformative months that have passed, I am filled with a cautious optimism. The journey through Evelyn's ancestral echoes has taught me that the past is never truly lost. It lives on in the quiet recesses of memory, in the symbols and rituals that bind us together across time. The curse that once seemed an insurmountable weight is gradually loosening its grip, its malignant power receding in the face of understanding, forgiveness, and the steadfast will to heal. I have come to believe that every fractured soul carries within it the potential for redemption, that even the darkest echoes of our ancestry can be transformed into a beacon of hope. In the interplay between past and present, between the sorrow of bygone generations and the promise of a renewed future, I have witnessed the emergence of something extraordinary. A new narrative written in the language of healing. Evelyn, once tormented by the relentless ghosts of her lineage, now stands on the threshold of integration. Her journey is far from complete, and I know that challenges remain. But with each session, each encounter with the ancestral echoes that have long haunted her, she takes another step toward reclaiming her identity and rewriting her destiny. This chapter of our shared story, this exploration of ancestral echoes, has irrevocably altered the way I view the human mind. It is not merely a repository of individual memories and traumas, but a living archive of collective experience, a continuum that stretches across generations. And as I continue my work with Evelyn, I do so with the conviction that healing requires acknowledging every facet of our past, even those steeped in darkness and despair. In that acknowledgement lies the possibility of transformation, a chance to honor the lessons of our ancestors while forging a future free from the chains of inherited guilt. Today, I remain committed to guiding Evelyn through the labyrinth of her ancestral memory, determined to help her harness the echoes of the past to build a brighter, more integrated self. The journey is arduous and fraught with setbacks, yet every moment of clarity, every glimpse of hope, reinforces my belief in the resilience of the human spirit. For in the very echoes that once foretold doom now, lies the promise of a new beginning, a promise that even the heaviest of curses can be lightened through compassion, understanding, and the courage to confront the legacy of our past. As dusk falls and I pen these reflections, I feel the ancestral voices steering softly in the quiet of my study, a gentle reminder that while our history may be marked by sorrow, it is also imbued with the potential for healing. In that duality, I have found my own redemption, a calling to help others transmute the burdens of history into the hope of tomorrow. And so, with every new session, with every whispered memory finally given voice, I move ever closer to a future where the echoes of the past no longer condemn us, but guide us toward wholeness. I still remember the night when the veil between my carefully ordered world and the chaos of the abyss finally tore open. It was a bitter, rain-lashed evening, the kind where the wind seems to howl with the voices of the past. And I found myself unable to shake the nagging feeling that something monumental was about to occur. My work with Evelyn had always been challenging, but in recent weeks, it had begun to encroach upon the borders of my own inner life. The darkness emanating from her fragmented mind was no longer confined to the consultation room. It seeped into my dreams, my thoughts, and ultimately, my very soul. In that moment, I realized that to truly help her, I would first have to confront the abyss within myself. I had spent countless sleepless nights ruminating over the tangled interplay of myth and memory that defined Evelyn's condition. The ancestral curse, a malevolent echo passed down through generations, had become more than an abstract theory. It was as real to me as the cold wind that cut through the empty streets on that fateful night. My scientific training had long provided a comforting framework of rational explanations and methodical interventions. Yet the inexplicable merging of the supernatural with the psychological now demanded that I question every assumption I once held sacrosanct. The realization was as unnerving as it was transformative. The darkness I sought to dispel was not only within Evelyn's shattered mind, but it also lurked in the recesses of my own. That night, after a particularly draining session with Evelyn in which she had recounted visions of shadowed corridors and spectral figures, I returned to my small, cluttered apartment with a heavy heart. As I sat alone at my desk, I found myself unable to concentrate on the stacks of case files or the dense research papers that had, until now, anchored my professional life. Instead, I turned inward, the silence of the night amplifying every thought and memory. I recalled the way her voices, the gentle whisper of Clara, the fierce declarations of Dorian, the resolute pronouncements of Gideon, had merged into a chaotic symphony, each echoing the burden of an ancestral sin. And then there was the recurring phrase that haunted my nights, barely audible yet all-encompassing. Confront the abyss. It was as if those words were a summons, a challenge not only to Evelyn but also to me, urging me to confront my own hidden fears. The hours passed slowly as I sat in the dim glow of a solitary desk lamp. I closed my eyes and let the memories wash over me. The countless sessions with Evelyn, the cryptic fragments of her lineage, and the persistent sense of dread that had become my constant companion. In that quiet darkness, I began to experience an almost physical pull, as if I were being drawn toward a deep, unknowable void at the center of my consciousness. I realized that the abyss was not a distant realm reserved solely for the tortured souls of my patients. It was an intrinsic part of every human experience, a shadow that lurked behind the bright facades of our everyday lives. The more I tried to deny its presence, the more insistent it became, a silent, unyielding force that refused to be ignored. Compelled by a mixture of professional duty and personal desperation, I decided that the only way forward was to embrace this darkness rather than retreat from it. I resolved to embark on a journey of introspection, to delve into the depths of my own psyche and confront the memories and emotions I had long suppressed. I prepared myself for what felt like an odyssey into the unknown, a process that would require me to dismantle the carefully constructed barriers of logic and control that had defined my life for so long. The following day, I began the process of self-examination with a series of meditative exercises that I had read about in obscure texts on the interplay of mind and spirit. I found a quiet space in my apartment and sat cross-legged on the floor, closing my eyes and focusing on my breathing. I recalled the teachings of those ancient traditions that spoke of the need to face one's darkness as a precursor to healing. I let my thoughts drift freely, refusing to censor or analyze them. Slowly, I began to notice images and sensations emerging from the depths of my memory, fleeting fragments of childhood moments I had long buried, images of a lost innocence and the weight of secrets too heavy to bear. At first, These visions were vague and disjointed, but as I persisted, they grew clearer, as if I were peering through a fog that had shrouded my inner life for years. In one particularly vivid vision, I found myself standing on the edge of a vast chasm, a yawning void that stretched out beneath a starless sky. The sound of my own heartbeat thundered in my ears as I peered into the darkness, feeling both an overwhelming fear and a strange, inexplicable pull. There, in the midst of that void, a single, ghostly figure emerged, a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to the very essence of my own doubts and regrets. It was as if the specter was a physical manifestation of everything I had long denied: the fear of failure, the shame of unresolved grief, and the bitter knowledge that I, too, was haunted by the sins of my past. The apparition reached out with a spectral hand and whispered, in a voice that echoed with the weight of centuries, "Confront the abyss and find your truth." At that moment, I understood that my journey was not solely about saving Evelyn. It was about reclaiming a part of myself that I had lost in the relentless pursuit of rationality and control. That night, as the visions receded and the first light of dawn began to creep through the curtains, I felt both exhausted and exhilarated. The confrontation with my inner darkness had left me raw, yet it had also opened a door to a deeper understanding of who I was. I realized that the abyss was not an enemy to be vanquished, but a mirror reflecting the unhealed wounds that lay at the core of my being. In acknowledging these wounds, I had taken the first step toward healing, not only for myself, but for my work with Evelyn. I resolved then that my therapeutic approach must evolve to embrace the full spectrum of human experience, even those aspects that defied conventional explanation. If the ancestral curse that plagued Evelyn was, in part, a manifestation of a collective darkness, then my own healing required that I accept the shadow within me as well. In the days and weeks that followed, I integrated this newfound perspective into both my personal life and my professional practice. I approached my sessions with Evelyn with an openness that transcended traditional clinical detachment. I no longer viewed her visions and dissociative states merely as symptoms of trauma. I recognized them as expressions of a deeper, ancestral narrative that we both shared. In our sessions, I began to share carefully chosen fragments of my own journey, details of my inner struggles and the dreams that had once filled me with dread, to create an atmosphere of mutual vulnerability and understanding. I recalled the moment when I had stood at the edge of the chasm and allowed myself to confront the specter of my own failures. I told her that the abyss was not something to fear, but a realm where the truth of our existence resided, waiting to be acknowledged and transformed. At first, Evelyn was hesitant to engage with this new approach. Her defenses, honed over years of psychological turmoil, were deeply ingrained. Yet, as I gently guided her through meditative exercises and reflective dialogues, she began to open up in ways that were both heartbreaking and hopeful. In one session, as we sat in the soft glow of an overcast afternoon, she spoke of a recurring nightmare in which she found herself alone in an endless corridor of shadow. "I see the faces of those who came before me," she whispered, her voice trembling with both fear and wonder. "They are lost, drowning in regret and longing, and I feel their sorrow as if it were my own." In that moment, I recognized that her nightmare was not merely a manifestation of personal trauma, but a symbolic representation of the ancestral burden that had weighed on her family for generations. It was as if the corridor was a physical embodiment of the abyss, a passage through which the echoes of past sins sought to claim the present. We began to explore these visions together, mapping out the intricate labyrinth of her memories and dreams. I encouraged her to draw images of the corridor and to describe the faces that appeared along its walls. With each stroke of her pencil, she revealed fragments of a story that spanned centuries, a tale of betrayal, loss, and the desperate desire for absolution. As she worked, I sensed that we were not merely reconstructing a personal history, but unearthing a legacy that belonged to all of us, a legacy of pain that could, if properly understood, also be transformed into a source of strength and resilience. Simultaneously, I noticed subtle changes within myself. The nightmares that had once left me shaken now carried a different tone, a blend of melancholy and hope. In the quiet hours before dawn, I found solace in journaling my experiences, allowing the words to serve as a bridge between the rational world of science and the enigmatic realm of the subconscious. I wrote about the chasm, the ghostly figure, and the whispered command that had beckoned me to confront my inner darkness. With each word, I felt the oppressive weight of the past lift ever so slightly, replaced by a tentative optimism that perhaps, through the painful process of integration, a new identity could emerge, one that honored both the light and the dark of our shared human experience. As the months passed, the work of confronting the abyss became a cornerstone of my practice. I introduced innovative techniques that blended traditional psychotherapy with elements of guided meditation, narrative reconstruction, and even ritualistic symbolism. In one memorable session, I led Evelyn through a visualization exercise in which she imagined herself standing at the threshold of an ancient temple, its doors wide open to reveal a sanctuary of forgotten memories. "Enter the temple," I urged softly, "and let the echoes of your past guide you. Face the darkness and reclaim the light that lies within." With eyes closed and hands trembling, she stepped forward into the recesses of her mind. In that sacred space, we both encountered visions that defied easy explanation, a spectral procession of ancestors, a swirl of emotions that transcended time, and a profound silence that spoke of forgiveness and the possibility of renewal. There were moments when the intensity of these sessions was almost overwhelming. The boundaries between therapist and patient, between past and present, became so blurred that I often wondered whether I was still standing in my office or had been transported to some otherworldly realm where the rules of time and space no longer applied. In one such session, as the voices of Evelyn's ancestors resonated through her recounting of a long, forgotten ritual, I experienced a sudden, disorienting clarity. I realized that our personal histories were not isolated stories, but were interwoven into a vast tapestry of human experience. A tapestry where every thread, every sorrow, every act of redemption contributed to the grand narrative of life. In that moment, I understood that confronting the abyss was not an act of despair, but a profound act of courage, a willingness to acknowledge the entirety of one's self, both the light and the darkness, in order to move forward into a future unburdened by the ghosts of the past. Now, as I sit at my desk late at night, pen in hand, and the soft hum of the city a distant murmur beyond my window, I reflect on the journey that has led me to this point. Confronting the abyss was not a singular event, but a gradual, sometimes agonizing process. A series of small, courageous steps taken in the darkness, each one a step toward a deeper understanding of myself and the tangled legacy that binds us all. It is a journey that continues, one in which every session with Evelyn, every shared vision and whispered memory, serves as a reminder that the human spirit is capable of transcending even the most profound despair. In embracing my own vulnerability, I have come to realize that the abyss is not a place of ruin, but a threshold, a borderland where the shadows of our past meet the promise of tomorrow. It is in that liminal space that true healing can occur, where the scars of our ancestors may finally be acknowledged and transformed into the strength that carries us forward. I remain both humbled and inspired by the resilience I have witnessed in Evelyn and in myself. A resilience born not of denial, but of an honest confrontation with the darkness within. Today, I am more convinced than ever that our identities are not defined solely by our triumphs or our tragedies, but by the totality of our experience, by the intricate interplay of light and shadow that forms the mosaic of our souls. And so, with every new dawn, I continue to walk this precarious path, determined to guide Evelyn through the labyrinth of her ancestral memories, while also tending to the tender, unhealed parts of my own heart. The abyss may be vast and impenetrable at times, Yet it is also filled with the promise of rebirth, a promise that I strive to honor with every session, every reflection, every courageous step into the unknown. In the end, confronting the abyss is not about banishing the darkness, but learning to live in its presence. To find beauty in the broken, hope in the despair, and ultimately, a way to reconcile the disparate parts of our being into a harmonious whole. And as I close this chapter of my reflections, I am filled with a deep, abiding sense of purpose. The journey is far from over, the abyss still beckons with its mysterious allure, and the legacy of our shared past continues to whisper its secrets in the quiet moments of introspection. But I face it now with a steadiness born of acceptance, a determination to transform even the most overwhelming darkness into a wellspring of healing and renewal. I move forward with the conviction that in confronting the abyss, both in myself and in the haunted corridors of Evelyn's mind, we are not condemned to be victims of an ancient curse, but are given the opportunity to redefine our destiny. Each step taken into that darkness is an act of defiance, a declaration that the wounds of the past need not dictate the future. And in that defiant act, I have discovered that the true measure of our strength lies not in our ability to ignore the abyss, but in our willingness to look it in the eye and, in doing so, reclaim our own light. I remember the moment when the notion of separation between patient and therapist, between consciousness and memory, began to dissolve into a single, intricate tapestry of shared experience. It was during a late autumn afternoon, when the sun's fading light filtered through stained glass windows in my consultation room, that Evelyn and I reached a precipice. Up until that point, my work with her had been a careful excavation of the many layers of her fragmented self. But on that day, an unexpected shift occurred. The boundaries between our minds, once sharply drawn by professional duty and personal identity, began to blur. I sensed that the time had come to embark on a daring therapeutic experiment, one that would require both of us to merge our inner landscapes in the hope of healing an ancestral curse that had tormented her for generations. From the beginning, my approach to Evelyn's treatment had been guided by a steadfast commitment to clinical detachment and rigorous scientific inquiry. I had meticulously cataloged each of her dissociative states, each distinct personality emerging as if in response to a hidden call from her past. Names like Lydia, Marcus, Dorian, and Clara had become familiar, each representing a fragment of a life marred by trauma and burdened with an ancestral legacy. Yet, as I studied the interplay of these identities, I increasingly recognized that the very act of splitting was not solely a mechanism of survival. It was also a cryptic means by which her mind attempted to communicate a truth that transcended ordinary explanation, an echo of events and emotions that stretched back through the ages. That fateful afternoon, as Evelyn sat across from me with her eyes alight with a mixture of fear and determination, she said something that sent a shiver down my spine. "Doctor," she whispered, "I feel as if my mind is calling out for unity, a merging of all the voices, all the parts that have been divided by pain." Her words resonated with a truth that I had long suspected, but had never dared to voice. That perhaps the only path to breaking the curse that haunted her family was not to isolate and separate these fragments, but to integrate them, to allow them to converge into a singular, healing consciousness. The idea of merging minds was as radical as it was desperate. In my professional training, I had always been taught to maintain clear boundaries between therapist and patient, to ensure that empathy did not give way to enmeshment. Yet, as I listened to Evelyn's impassioned plea, I realized that conventional techniques might be insufficient to confront a malediction that seemed to draw its power from the very act of division. Here, in the interplay of her multiple identities, lay the possibility of a synthesis, a transformative process that could unite not only the disparate elements of her personality, but also the shared burden of an ancestral past. I decided, then and there, that I would embark on this uncharted course. It was time to merge minds, to dissolve the boundaries that had long separated us. and to confront the darkness together. In the weeks that followed, I began preparing for our most ambitious session yet. I reconfigured the consultation room to create an environment that was at once safe and evocative, a space where symbols of the past could mingle with the promise of renewal. I arranged a low table at the center of the room, upon which I placed several objects that had become potent emblems in our sessions. The porcelain figurine that had silently borne witness to Evelyn's earliest recollections, an intricately carved locket filled with faded photographs, and a set of old, weathered documents recounting her family's tragic history. I dimmed the overhead lights and arranged candles around the room so that soft, flickering illumination might evoke a sense of sacred ritual. I wanted every element of the setting to serve as a bridge between the past and the present, between the fractured self and the unified whole. Evelyn arrived for the session with a measured calm that belied the tumult of emotions swirling within her. As she settled into the comfortable chair opposite me, I could see the determination in her eyes, a resolve to face the many voices that had long been in conflict. I began by explaining the process we were about to undertake. Today, I said in a gentle tone, we are going to try something different. I believe that by merging the different parts of your mind, we can create a unified sense of self that is stronger than the sum of its fragments. I want you to allow all of your voices to come together as one, to share their truths without fear, and to listen to each other in a way that brings healing. I watched as a subtle transformation passed over her face, a mixture of trepidation and hope, and then invited her to close her eyes. I guided her through a series of slow, deep breaths, urging her to let go of the need for control and to surrender to the experience. Imagine, I said softly, that you are standing in the center of a vast circle. Around you, all the parts of your identity are gathered. Each voice, each memory, each emotion. See them not as separate entities, but as different colors of the same light, each contributing to the brilliance of the whole. I paused, allowing my words to sink in, before continuing, as you breathe. Let these voices come together, like streams merging into a river. Allow them to merge, to intertwine, and to form a single, flowing current. But for several long minutes, the room was filled only with the sound of our synchronized breathing and the soft flicker of candlelight. I could sense the shift within Evelyn. Her body relaxed ever so slightly, as though the tension of years had begun to ease. Then, slowly, a faint murmur arose from her, a sound that was not the voice of any single personality, but seemed to be an amalgamation of all. It was as if Lydia's gentle compassion, Marcus's raw intensity, Dorian's resolute fury, and Clara's tender sorrow had begun to harmonize into a single tone. I listened intently, my heart pounding with anticipation, as the voices merged into one continuous stream, a unified expression that spoke of pain, hope, and a yearning for wholeness. At that pivotal moment, I felt a profound shift occur. It was as if the room itself had become a vessel for transformation, absorbing the energies of centuries of sorrow and transmuting them into something luminous. In that fragile unity, I sensed the presence of an ancestral force, the very curse that had haunted Evelyn's lineage for so long. Yet, rather than an oppressive darkness, this force now appeared as a wounded cry, a call for healing and reconciliation. I knew then that our task was not merely to merge the minds for the sake of psychological integration, but to transform the curse itself. By unifying the scattered fragments of memory and emotion, we might finally break the cycle of retribution that had bound her family for generations. The process was not instantaneous, nor was it without moments of pain and resistance. At times, as the voices began to merge, I could feel old wounds reopening. A sudden surge of sorrow or anger would break through the emerging harmony, a flash of memory that threatened to shatter the delicate balance we were attempting to create. There were moments when Evelyn's face contorted with agony, and I found myself reaching out to her with a wordless plea for her to remain in the light. Yet, Each time the resistance emerged, it was followed by a deeper, more profound unification, a reminder that the journey toward wholeness was inherently tumultuous and that pain, too, had its rightful place in the process of healing. I encouraged Evelyn to speak aloud, to allow the unified voice to articulate what it had learned in the depths of that merging process. "What do you feel now?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. For a long moment, there was silence, a pregnant pause where the echoes of all her identities seemed to coalesce into a single resonant beat. Then, in a voice that was at once both soft and powerful, she said, "I feel free. I feel as if the walls that have held me captive are crumbling, and in their place, I see a path toward forgiveness, toward understanding." Her words, simple yet profound, seemed to reverberate through the room, touching something deep within me. In that instance, I knew that we had taken a crucial step toward not only merging her minds, but also dismantling the curse that had divided her life. As the session progressed, I guided her through further visualization exercises designed to solidify this emerging unity. I asked her to imagine a great, radiant tree, its roots deep in the soil of her ancestral past and its branches reaching upward toward a future bathed in light. "See the tree," I instructed gently, "and know that it is nourished by every experience, every sorrow, every joy that has ever been part of you. The tree is your true self, whole and unbroken." Evelyn's breathing grew steady, and I sensed that the unified voice within her was beginning to draw strength from this imagery. Slowly, her earlier hesitations and bursts of conflicting emotion subsided, replaced by a steady cadence of calm and resolve. In that space of growing integration, a surprising twist emerged. Amid the collective voice of her merged minds, there came an unexpected clarity. A single, distinct memory that had been obscured by the cacophony of her dissociative states. It was as if the process of merging had filtered out the noise of trauma and revealed a hidden truth at the very core of her being. "I remember now," she said, her tone trembling with a mix of wonder and sadness. "I remember a day from my childhood, a day when everything changed. I was not alone then. I was whole, and for a moment, I knew what it meant to be truly seen. The recollection, so vivid and yet so elusive, carried with it the bittersweet taste of both loss and liberation. It was a moment of revelation that seemed to encapsulate the very essence of her struggle, the longing to reclaim a past that had been fractured by pain, and the possibility of a future reimagined through the integration of all her experiences. I listened, captivated, as she described the memory. A sunlit afternoon in a lush garden, the warmth of the light contrasting with the chill of a looming farewell. In that memory, she recalled the gentle presence of a woman whose eyes shone with unconditional love, a figure who, in the brief span of that day, had made her feel truly complete. As she spoke, the unified voice wavered between joy and sorrow, acknowledging the beauty of the moment and the inevitable loss that had followed. It was a bittersweet revelation that hinted at the possibility that healing might not lie solely in erasing the past, but in embracing it fully. Its light and its shadows, its moments of grace and of grief. That memory, emerging from the depths of her merged minds, became a turning point in our therapeutic journey. It confirmed that the process of integration was not simply about reducing fragmentation. It was about uncovering the hidden truths buried within those fragments and using them as stepping stones toward wholeness. I encouraged Evelyn to hold on to that memory, to let it guide her as she navigated the delicate process of merging the voices that had long been at war within her. "Remember," I said softly, "that in the act of merging, you are not losing any part of yourself. You are reclaiming each piece and allowing them to support one another, so that you may become whole once again." Over the following weeks, our sessions took on a new quality, a blend of clinical rigor and almost mystical communion. The process of merging minds became a ritual of sorts, a deliberate confrontation with the scattered echoes of a life divided by inherited trauma. In each session, I could sense the gradual dissolution of the rigid barriers that had once separated her identities. There were moments when the unified voice would sing with a clarity that filled the room with a palpable sense of hope, and other times when the weight of sorrow would descend, only to be gently lifted by the realization that every fragment had its place in the mosaic of her being. The merging was not without its moments of crisis. Occasionally, as the voices converged, there would be a surge of conflicting emotions, fury and despair, regret and longing, that threatened to overwhelm the fragile unity we had worked so hard to build. In those moments, I would remind Evelyn that the process of healing was often cyclical, marked by setbacks as well as breakthroughs. Do not be afraid of these surges, I would say, my voice steady and compassionate. They are part of the process. Each wave of conflict is an opportunity to learn, to adjust, and to grow stronger. In merging your minds, you are learning not only to integrate your past, but to embrace the entirety of your experience. As the months passed and the merger deepened, I began to notice changes not only in Evelyn but in myself. The process of guiding her through the integration of her fractured identities had transformed my own understanding of the human psyche. I no longer saw the mind as a rigid compartmentalization of distinct, isolated parts. Rather, I came to view it as a dynamic interplay of experiences and emotions, ever evolving, ever interconnecting. I found that my own inner world, once kept at arm's length behind the veil of clinical detachment, was now responding to the call of the merging process. In quiet moments of introspection after our sessions, I would reflect on the ways in which my own identity had softened, become more receptive to the whispers of memory and the lessons of vulnerability. I realized that in helping Evelyn merge her minds, I too was merging the disparate elements of my past, the triumphs and the regrets, into a more compassionate, unified self. Then came the day when the culmination of our work felt almost tangible, a moment when the unified voice within Evelyn spoke with a singular clarity that left no trace of the fragmentation that had once defined her. It was a crisp winter morning when she entered the room, her eyes calm and her posture exuding a newfound strength. As we sat down, the atmosphere was different. There was a quiet assurance in the air, a sense that the turbulent journey of merging had reached a significant milestone. "I feel different," she said softly, almost in awe of her own transformation. "It's as if I have reclaimed a part of me that I thought was lost forever. A part that was always there, waiting for the moment when I could finally be whole." In that moment, I understood that merging minds was more than a therapeutic technique. It was a profound act of reclamation, a rebirth into a state of being where the past, with all its beauty and its pain, was integrated into the self rather than cast off. Yet, even as we celebrated that breakthrough, I remained mindful that the journey was far from over. The merging process was an ongoing evolution, one that would require constant attention and care. I reassured Evelyn that while we had achieved a significant level of unity, the work of integration would continue in the days, weeks, and months ahead. "There is still much to do," I explained gently. "But today, we have taken an important step. Today, you have shown that you can hold all the parts of your identity together, that you can let them speak as one voice. A voice that is stronger, wiser, and more compassionate than before." In the weeks that followed that revelatory morning, our sessions continued with a new rhythm. The merged voice of Evelyn became the centerpiece of our work, guiding us through the exploration of memories long hidden and emotions that had been locked away in the recesses of her mind. We revisited key moments from her past, instances of profound loss, fleeting moments of joy, and even the lingering shadows of the ancestral curse. Each recollection was now imbued with a sense of wholeness, a recognition that every experience, no matter how painful, was an integral part of the tapestry of her life. I began to integrate new techniques into our sessions, creative exercises that encouraged expression through art, music, and writing. Evelyn would often sketch the images that surfaced during our guided meditations, sometimes capturing the ethereal beauty of the ancestral figures that had once haunted her dreams. On other occasions, she would write in a journal, her words flowing freely as she described the sensations of merging, the feeling of unity that was slowly taking root in her soul. These exercises not only served as a record of her progress, but also as a source of empowerment, a tangible reminder that the process of merging was reshaping her identity from the inside out. There were days when the process seemed almost magical, a time when the separation of voices had become a distant memory and the unified self shone through with clarity and purpose. In one session, as we sat together in the soft glow of a winter afternoon, Evelyn spoke of a dream in which she walked along a quiet path lined with trees whose leaves shimmered with iridescent light. In the dream, she felt the presence of all those voices within her, now harmonized into a single song, a song of healing, of hope, and of the promise of a future unburdened by the sins of the past. "I feel as if I am finally free," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. "Free to embrace who I am, free to move forward without the weight of an ancestral curse dragging me down." Her words, imbued with a mixture of triumph and humility, filled the room with an almost palpable sense of possibility. Yet, even as the merged mind of Evelyn grew stronger, I knew that the process of merging was as delicate as it was powerful. I continued to remind her that true integration required ongoing attention, a willingness to listen to the quiet murmur of her inner voice even on days when the echoes of the past threatened to resurface. In our quieter moments, I would encourage her to simply sit with herself, to allow the unified consciousness to settle like a calm sea after a storm. "Remember," I would say softly, "that the merging of minds is a journey, not a destination. Each day offers a new opportunity to reinforce that unity, to let the light of your integrated self shine brighter with every breath." As I reflect on these months of intense, transformative work, I cannot help but marvel at the resilience of the human spirit. In merging our minds, Evelyn and I have not only confronted the darkness that once divided her, but we have also discovered a source of strength that transcends the boundaries of individual identity. It is a strength born of shared vulnerability, of acknowledging every facet of oneself, both the light and the shadows, and allowing them to come together in a powerful, healing embrace. I have learned that to merge minds is to accept that our past, no matter how fractured or painful, is an inextricable part of who we are, and that in embracing every part of our story, we forge a future where wholeness is possible. Now, as I conclude this chapter of our journey, I am filled with a quiet, steadfast hope. Evelyn's unified voice continues to guide her steps toward healing, a testament to the transformative power of merging minds. I remain committed to supporting her, to nurturing the delicate unity that we have worked so hard to create, and to continuing my own journey of integration, one that has taught me that the merging of minds is not merely a therapeutic technique, but a profound act of reclamation and renewal. I step forward each day with the conviction that the unity we have forged is a beacon of light in a world often shrouded in darkness. A light that, when shared, has the power to break even the most ancient curses and heal the deepest wounds. In merging our minds, Evelyn and I have discovered that the process of integration is an ever-unfolding journey, one that invites us to continuously rediscover ourselves and to build bridges between the fragmented parts of our past. It is a journey that I will carry with me always, a reminder that our true strength lies not in isolation, but in the courageous act of coming together to form a whole that is greater than the sum of its parts. I still recall the day when the full weight of the ancestral curse revealed itself in all its grim inevitability. It was a cold, winter afternoon when the world outside seemed muted beneath a thick blanket of gray. I had spent the preceding weeks immersed in a feverish search through dusty records, ancient manuscripts, and whispered folklore, all in an effort to piece together the legacy that had haunted Evelyn's family for generations. In those days, every detail of her fractured recollections and every echo of her past resonated with the possibility that the curse was not merely a symbolic burden, but a force of nature that demanded a reckoning. I realized that to break the curse, we would have to confront it head on in a final, transformative act. A confrontation that would not only redefine Evelyn's destiny, but also challenge everything I had believed about the nature of fate and redemption. The revelation came to me during one of our most intense sessions. Evelyn had already begun to integrate her many identities, and the merging of her fractured self had opened a new channel of communication between the present and the distant past. As we sat together in the softly lit consultation room, her unified voice, now enriched by the synthesis of Lydia's compassion, Marcus's raw pain, Dorian's defiant anger, and Clara's gentle sorrow, spoke in a tone that was at once both mournful and resolute. "Doctor," she said quietly, "I feel the curse pulsing within me, a relentless, echoing pain that has been passed down through blood and time. I see it now as a dark thread woven into the tapestry of my existence, and I know that if I do not find a way to sever it, the cycle will continue forever." Her words sent shivers through me. I recalled the ancient journal I had discovered in the municipal archives, a brittle, time-worn diary penned by one of her distant ancestors. The pages detailed a fateful night centuries ago, when a grievous sin had been committed, and in a desperate bid for absolution, a forbidden ritual was performed. Instead of healing the wound, the ritual had unleashed a malevolent force that bound the family to a cycle of violence and sorrow. The journal spoke of an act of purgation that might break the curse, but it left many details shrouded in mystery. Now, Evelyn's anguished declaration seemed to confirm that the time for action had come. Over the following days, I pored over every scrap of evidence, every ancient text and folk tale that might hint at a method to counter the curse. My nights became filled with feverish study and restless dreams. Visions of ancestral figures pleading for redemption, cryptic symbols burning into my mind, and a persistent, insistent refrain: break the cycle. I knew that traditional therapeutic methods would be insufficient. What we needed was an act of symbolic reparation, a ritual, carefully constructed and imbued with genuine intent, that could transform the dark energies of the past into a force for healing. I discussed my plan with Evelyn one crisp morning as soft light filtered through the window. "Evelyn," I said gently, "we have come so far in merging your minds, in uncovering the hidden truths of your past. Now, I believe we must confront the curse directly. There is an ancient rite, a symbolic act of reparation, that may allow us to sever this malignant bond and usher in a new beginning. It is not without risk, but it may be the only way to break free from the legacy that has tormented your family for generations." She listened with an intensity that bordered on desperation, her eyes glistening with both fear and hope. "I am ready," she whispered. "I have carried this burden for so long. If there is a chance to end this cycle, then I must try." Her determination, combined with the steady unity of her merged self, filled me with cautious optimism. It was as if every fragment of her being, every echo of the past, was converging on this singular moment, a moment in which the darkness might finally be vanquished by the light of understanding and forgiveness. I spent the next several days preparing the space for the ritual. I transformed my consultation room into a sanctuary that evoked both ancient wisdom and the promise of renewal. I arranged the room with reverence, a low wooden table at the center, upon which I placed the porcelain figurine that had silently witnessed so many of our sessions, the intricately carved locket that held faded images of those who had come before, and a carefully curated selection of manuscripts, each page whispering secrets of lost rituals and the power of symbolic acts. I dimmed the harsh overhead lights and instead illuminated the space with an array of candles and oil lamps, their warm, flickering glow casting dancing shadows on the walls. Soft incense filled the air with the aroma of myrrh and sandalwood, a fragrance reminiscent of ancient ceremonies and the passage of time. Every element of the setup was designed to bridge the gap between the past and the present, to create an atmosphere in which the curse could be confronted not as a mere psychological abstraction, but as a tangible force that might be transformed. On the day of the ritual, a palpable tension hung in the air. Evelyn arrived quietly, dressed in simple, comfortable garments, her eyes reflecting the burden of her journey and the hope of release. We sat together for a few moments in silence, each of us aware of the gravity of what was about to transpire. I began by guiding her into a meditative state, inviting her to close her eyes and breathe slowly, deeply, as though she were inhaling the light of a new dawn and exhaling the darkness of centuries past. Imagine, I said softly, that you are standing in a vast, timeless space, an ancient courtyard bathed in the gentle glow of twilight. Around you, the voices of your ancestors gather, each one a testament to the love, the loss, and the lingering pain that has defined your lineage. They have come to witness this act of healing, to bear silent witness as you confront the curse that has bound you. Her breathing grew steady, and I sensed that she was beginning to enter the sacred space of remembrance. I then explained the structure of the ritual, a series of symbolic gestures designed to acknowledge the ancestral transgressions, to accept the pain of the past, and finally to offer a heartfelt plea for forgiveness and renewal. We will recite the ancient incantations recorded in your family's chronicle, I explained, and you will use the locket and the figurine as symbols of the past. These objects, imbued with the legacy of your ancestors, will serve as conduits for transformation. As you hold them, allow the memories and emotions they evoke to flow through you. Then, with all your heart, speak the words of atonement, declaring that you renounce the curse and embrace the promise of a new beginning. With that, I invited Evelyn to take the locket in her trembling hands. I could see the conflict on her face, a mixture of sorrow for the past and hope for what might come. As she closed her eyes and began to recite the incantations, her voice wavered at first, then grew stronger, resonating with an unexpected power. The room seemed to pulse with energy as her words filled the space, intermingling with the soft flicker of candlelight and the distant sound of a wind that whispered secrets from long ago. As the ritual progressed, the atmosphere shifted. I watched in awe as the energy in the room coalesced around Evelyn. The ancient incantations, the symbolic objects, and the raw, honest emotion in her voice all combined to create a palpable force, a force that seemed to challenge the very essence of the curse. In that moment, it was as though the weight of centuries of guilt and sorrow began to lift, replaced by a burgeoning light of forgiveness and release. I felt a surge of hope, tempered by the knowledge that such profound transformations were rarely linear. There were moments when the dark energy would resurface, a sudden flash of anguish in her eyes, a tremor in her voice that betrayed the lingering influence of the curse. But each time she pressed on with a determination that defied the odds. Time seemed to slow as Evelyn reached the climax of the ritual. In a final, desperate plea, she raised her voice above the low murmur of the gathered energies and declared, "I break this curse in the name of all that is pure and true. I cast off the shadows of the past and embrace the light of forgiveness. Let the echoes of pain be transformed into the promise of a new beginning." Her words reverberated through the room with an intensity that made the very air shimmer, as if the curse itself recoiled from the force of her conviction. For a moment that felt both endless and fleeting, silence reigned. I sat transfixed, feeling as though the very fabric of reality had been altered. The objects on the table glowed softly in the candlelight, and the oppressive weight of the ancestral curse began to recede, replaced by a delicate, almost imperceptible warmth, a sign, perhaps, that the dark cycle had been interrupted. I could sense the presence of the ancestors, not as vengeful specters, but as mournful witnesses now granted a measure of peace. When Evelyn finally opened her eyes, they shone with a clarity and depth that had not been there before. It was as if a great burden had been lifted, leaving in its wake a renewed sense of purpose and possibility. "I feel it," she whispered, her voice trembling with wonder and relief. "The curse? It is weakening, dissolving into the light." I reached out and gently took her hand, feeling the warmth of her skin and the strength of her resolve. In that simple gesture, I understood that our journey had reached a critical juncture, a moment when the destructive forces of the past might finally be transmuted into the promise of a future unburdened by inherited guilt. In the days that followed, I observed subtle but significant changes in Evelyn. The violent visions that had once tormented her began to subside, replaced by moments of reflective calm. The multiple voices that had so fiercely battled within her now spoke with a tempered, unified tone, as if the merging process had given way to a deeper integration of her soul. Our sessions, once fraught with intense emotional turbulence, gradually adopted a new rhythm, a quiet confidence in the face of adversity, a shared understanding that the curse had been challenged and, in some measure, broken. I continued to support Evelyn through her recovery, incorporating elements of the ritual into our ongoing therapy. We revisited the symbols of her past, the locket, the figurine, even the ancient manuscripts, and each time I could see that the darkness that had once shrouded her was receding, replaced by a dawning awareness of her own power to heal. It was not as if the curse had been entirely eradicated. It left traces, remnants of a sorrowful legacy, but those traces were no longer binding her in a cycle of retribution. Instead, they had become lessons, markers of a journey from pain to transformation. I also began to share my own reflections with Evelyn, speaking of the long, arduous journey I had undertaken to confront the abyss within myself. In those candid moments, I revealed that the struggle to break the curse was not solely hers to bear, that the echoes of our ancestors, the unresolved pain of the past, were burdens shared by all who dared to seek the truth. I spoke of the nights when I had stared into the chasm of my own memories, and of the strength I had found in facing the darkness head-on. My vulnerability, I discovered, did not weaken the therapeutic relationship. Rather, it forged an unbreakable bond, a mutual understanding that we were both engaged in the sacred work of redemption. As the weeks turned into months, the transformation became undeniable. Evelyn began to express a quiet joy, a newfound capacity for hope and connection that radiated from her very being. She started to rebuild relationships that had long been frayed by the legacy of her past, and she even ventured out into the world with a tentative optimism that had once seemed impossible. In our sessions, we would reflect on the ritual and the symbolic act of breaking the curse, recognizing that while the shadows of the past might never vanish completely, they no longer held the power to define her. The curse, once a monolithic force of darkness, had been transmuted into a complex tapestry of memory, one that acknowledged both sorrow and the potential for healing. In those final moments of our journey together, I realized that breaking the curse was not a singular event but a process, an ongoing, dynamic act of reclaiming one's narrative from the forces of fate and history. It was a reminder that even the deepest wounds could, over time, give way to renewal. And as I closed my journal on that chapter of our shared story, I felt a deep gratitude for the courage that had carried us through the darkness and into a light that promised not only survival but a rebirth of the human spirit. Today, as I continue my work both with Evelyn and with others who carry the burdens of ancestral pain, I remain steadfast in the belief that every fractured soul holds within it the capacity for transformation. Breaking the curse was not about erasing the past, but about integrating it, honoring the lessons of those who came before while forging a path to a future defined by hope, resilience, and the unyielding power of the human heart. I move forward with the knowledge that our destiny is not written in stone, that even the most ancient curses can be challenged by the collective will to heal. And every time I see a glimmer of light in a patient's eyes, or feel the steady pulse of my own heart in the quiet moments of reflection, I am reminded that our journey, with all its trials and triumphs, is a testament to the enduring possibility of redemption. The morning I woke to a sky streaked with the gentle hues of early light, I knew that the long, arduous journey through darkness had finally given way to the promise of renewal. In the quiet hours before sunrise, as the first tender rays of hope crept over the horizon, I felt the remnants of an ancient curse slowly receding, dissolved by the transformative work that Evelyn and I had so painstakingly undertaken. I, too, had been irrevocably changed by the process. The walls I had built around my soul, erected to keep at bay the tumult of inherited pain, were now yielding to a fragile yet undeniable sense of wholeness. This was our new dawn. In the days following the final ritual that had broken the cycle of violence and transmuted the ancestral curse into a tapestry of healing memories, Evelyn began to emerge from the shadows of her past with a quiet radiance. I witnessed her transformation not only in the softening of her once hardened gaze, but in the way she engaged with the world around her. The storms that had once raged in her eyes had given way to moments of serene introspection, even as echoes of old sorrow occasionally whispered at the edges of her consciousness. They no longer carried the force of inevitability. Instead, they were reminders, lessons etched in time, urging her to honor her past while forging a new, self-determined future. I remember vividly the session we held one bright morning in the weeks after the ritual. The consultation room, once a stage for the dramatic interplay of fractured voices, had taken on a more tranquil air. Soft natural light streamed through the window, mingling with the lingering scent of incense and the gentle murmur of a distant breeze. Evelyn sat across from me, her hands folded lightly in her lap, and for the first time in many long months, her expression was one of calm acceptance. "I feel lighter now," she said, her voice carrying a blend of wonder and quiet confidence. "I can see a future that isn't defined solely by the weight of our past. There is space for joy, for hope, and even for love." Her words resonated deeply with me, for in them I recognized the culmination of not only her arduous journey, but my own path toward healing. In that moment, it became clear that our work had reached a turning point. The curse that had once seemed a monolithic specter now lay scattered like fragments on the floor, ready to be reassembled into something beautiful. Over the following weeks, I observed small yet significant changes in Evelyn's life. She began to reconnect with old friends and family members from whom she had long been estranged, her renewed sense of self acting as a bridge over troubled waters. I was invited to a family gathering where I saw, for the first time, Evelyn engaging in conversation with relatives who, too, carried whispers of that ancient legacy. In the soft murmur of shared stories and laughter, there was a palpable sense of collective catharsis, a subtle but powerful shift from a history defined by sorrow and silence to one that embraced dialogue and, ultimately, forgiveness. It was as though the very air around her was charged with possibility, a promise that the cycle of retribution had been broken, paving the way for a future in which every soul could reclaim its dignity and strength. My own reflections during this period were marked by a profound humility. The journey had taken me deep into the recesses of my own past, forcing me to confront shadows that I had long kept at bay. I recalled nights spent staring into the darkness of my study, haunted by memories of failures and regrets that I had once considered too painful to acknowledge. But as I witnessed Evelyn's emergence from the depths, I found that my own healing was intertwined with hers. In guiding her through the labyrinth of her ancestral memories and facilitating the merging of her fragmented self, I had come to see that our identities are not isolated islands, but are instead connected by invisible threads through time. Each encounter with her was, in a way, a mirror reflecting back my own need for integration and renewal. And so, with every passing day, I began to loosen the grip of those old defenses, allowing myself to feel the warmth of vulnerability and the joy of true connection. It was during one of our final sessions, a quiet, reflective afternoon when the world outside seemed to pause in reverence to the moment that Evelyn and I reviewed the long path we had traveled together. Sitting side by side on a worn, comfortable couch in my office, we spoke in hushed tones of the many revelations and setbacks that had brought us to this new dawn. I used to believe that I was forever condemned by the sins of my ancestors, she murmured, her eyes distant yet filled with determination. But now I see that every scar, every painful memory, is part of my story, a story that I have the power to rewrite. Her words were not those of resignation but of quiet triumph. In her journey, I saw the universal truth that healing is not about erasing the past, but about integrating it, honoring the pain while celebrating the resilience it fosters. As our session drew to a close, I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the opportunity to witness such transformation. In the silence that followed our conversation, I took a moment to reflect on the legacy of our work. For years, I had approached my profession as a scientist, armed with theories and methodologies meant to compartmentalize and treat the mind as a series of isolated parts. But Evelyn had taught me that true healing required more. A willingness to embrace the full spectrum of human experience, to acknowledge both the light and the darkness, and to accept that every individual carries within them the seeds of both sorrow and redemption. In the tapestry of her life, I saw that even the deepest wounds could give way to new beginnings when met with compassion, courage, and the determination to break free from the cycles of the past. In the months that followed our final session, I continued my work with a renewed sense of purpose and a deeper understanding of the human spirit. I began to share the lessons I had learned from Evelyn's journey with my colleagues, encouraging them to adopt a more holistic approach to treatment, one that balanced clinical rigor with the openness to the mysteries that lie beyond the reach of conventional science. I organized small workshops and discussion groups where we explored topics that had once been relegated to the margins of psychiatric study, ancestral memory, the interplay of myth and trauma, and the possibility of healing through symbolic acts of reparation. In these gatherings, I witnessed a gradual but significant shift in perspective, a growing acceptance that the human mind is not a sterile repository for isolated events, but a living, breathing archive of all that we have ever experienced. The more we embraced this truth, the more our work evolved from one of mere symptom management to a profound act of restoring the integrity of the human soul. Outside the walls of my practice, I saw the effects of this transformation ripple outward into the community. Former patients, once trapped in cycles of despair and isolation, began to share their stories with a newfound hope. I was invited to speak at local community centers and schools, where I emphasized the importance of acknowledging one's past, even the painful parts, and using it as a foundation for building a better future. It was in these moments of connection that I realized that our journey was not unique to Evelyn, or even to me, but was a shared human experience, a testament to the enduring resilience that lies within each of us. Every story of recovery, every tear shed in remembrance of loss, and every smile that broke through the veil of sorrow was a part of the collective promise of a new dawn. One crisp spring morning, as I walked through a park bursting with the colors of rejuvenation, I paused to watch children playing and couples strolling hand in hand. In that simple scene, I felt a deep, abiding hope, a quiet assurance that the cycles of pain and retribution could indeed give way to a future defined by love and renewal. The gentle murmur of the city, the rustling of leaves in the soft breeze, and the distant latter of life unfolding around me were all testaments to the power of transformation. I realized then that a new dawn was not a single moment of triumph, but a continuous, unfolding process, a journey that required patience, empathy, and an unwavering commitment to hope. As I sit now at my desk, the soft glow of the evening sun filtering through the window, I pen these final reflections with a heart both full and humble. The road we traveled, Evelyn's and mine, was long and fraught with pain, Yet it has led us to a place of reconciliation and possibility. I no longer see the curse as an immutable chain binding us to a past of sorrow. Instead, I view it as a series of lessons, each one a stepping stone on the path toward liberation. In our work together, we discovered that the true measure of healing is not found in the erasure of pain, but in the courageous act of integrating every part of our history into a narrative of hope. Now, as the days grow longer and the light grows warmer, I am reminded that every new dawn carries with it the promise of rebirth. The ghosts of the past, once so fearsome and unyielding, now seem to be transformed into gentle guides, reminders of where we have been and of the strength it takes to move forward. Evelyn's journey is far from over, and neither is mine. But I am filled with a renewed determination to face whatever comes with an open heart and an unshakable belief in the possibility of change. In this new era of understanding, I have come to see that our work is never truly finished. Every day offers a chance to learn, to heal, and to build upon the fragile victories that we have achieved. The merging of minds, the confrontation of ancient curses, and the eventual breaking of destructive cycles are not final endpoints, but rather ongoing processes. Ever-evolving dances between memory and hope, between the shadows of our past and the light of our future. And so, I continue to walk this path with a quiet optimism, buoyed by the knowledge that even the deepest wounds can one day blossom into sources of strength. Looking back on the long, winding journey that brought us here, I am filled with gratitude for every challenge and every breakthrough. The darkness that once loomed so large now serves as a backdrop against which the brilliance of human resilience shines all the more brightly. Evelyn taught me that even when our past seems insurmountable, the courage to confront it can open the door to a future reimagined. And as I move forward into this new dawn, I carry with me the lessons of our shared struggle, a commitment to honor every scar, every story, and every moment of transformation as a vital part of what makes us whole. Today, I embrace the promise of a new beginning with open arms. I have learned that while the past may never be entirely erased, it can be transformed into a source of wisdom and empowerment. The pain that once bound us in chains now serves as the soil from which the seeds of a brighter future can grow. And so, as I greet each new day with gratitude and hope, I remind myself and those around me that no matter how long or arduous the journey, there is always the possibility of a new dawn. A dawn where love, understanding, and the indomitable spirit of the human heart prevail. I step forward into this new chapter with the firm belief that our destiny is not predetermined by the shadows of our ancestry, but is instead forged in the light of our choices. Every sunrise is a testament to the power of transformation, a quiet affirmation that even after the longest, darkest night, the world will once again be bathed in the gentle radiance of hope. And as I continue to walk this path, both as a healer and as a fellow traveler, I carry with me the unshakable conviction that a new dawn is not only possible, it is already here.